Why are you smiling? All right. There you go. That's a good way to start the day. I'm always smiling at board meetings. I like that. Hello. Good morning. I'm Felicia Marcus, Chair of the Board, and today is Tuesday, August 16th, 2016, as unbelievable as that seems. And it is 9:03 a.m. and the meeting is called to order. With me are, to my left, Board Member Didi Adamo, to my right, Board Member Tam Dodak, and to her right, Board Member Stephen Moore. Mr. Howard, welcome back, and introduce the staff that's assisting us today.
Thank you. I think I can probably recall their names. To my left, Michael Laufer, Chief Counsel. To my right, Eric Oppenheimer, Chief Deputy. I don't know where John is, but he apparently isn't here. In Seattle. I'm supposed to be out. And assisting the board are Janine Townsend and Marilyn Nishikawa.
Great, thank you very much. And Vice Chair Franz Spivey Weber has joined us. Thanks for bringing that stuff. Emergency evacuation procedures, for those of you who aren't already familiar with it, look for the exit nearest you, and if you hear an emergency sounding sound, grab your stuff and your friends and proceed cautiously out of the building. We gather in Cesar Chavez Park at the corner of J and 10th Street, and if you join us, you'll know when it's time to come back. Meetings being webcast and recorded, so please speak into the microphone. When you come up, we can hear you without it, but we want to make sure that the folks over the webcast and the people in the back of the room can hear you as well. Also, please take a moment to make sure your sound-making devices are on silent or stun. Couple of slightly different timing things than our usual meetings. We normally do kind of a forced march, but today we'll take some sort of a short break in the middle of the morning whenever it seems most logical, but we will be taking a break from a little before 12:30 until 1:30, probably from 12:15 to 1:30, so you can plan. And I know the agenda said that Salton Sea will not start until or item number, whatever the number is, until after 1 o'clock, but it may well be after 1:30 or later if we haven't finished with the other things on our agenda. Before we get into public forum, which is the first official item on the agenda, we do have a special presentation, so I wanted to turn to Tom for that. Special surprise presentation.
Special surprise. I see a room full of people waiting for the special surprise, but as you can see, the Division of Water Rights is here to say goodbye to Barbara. I've known Barbara since I first arrived at the board. She and I both came in 1984, and by the way, John Bishop came in 1984. So I don't know, what does that say about me staying around? Seems everybody else gets to leave. Don't you get any ideas? But it's been wonderful knowing Barbara. She's worked closely with her in water quality for a long time. She worked in the office of, I forget the name of it, Sustainable Office of, Office of Statewide Consistency.
Really?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You had an Office of Statewide Consistency?
Yes, it was sort of a predecessor to ORP, but yes, and she was in charge of that, did a wonderful job. She did Division of Financial Assistance for almost a decade, and shortly after I became Executive Director, I awarded her the position of Chief of the Division of Water Rights. I think that it was a surprise to her, but nonetheless, she has risen to the occasion. After all, we've been in one of the worst droughts in history, and Barbara has been seeing us through the water right process. I've always find it very difficult to say goodbye to folks with this level of skill, expertise, just walk out the door, and it's a great loss to the board, and I'm going to miss her very, very much. And Barbara, would you like to come up and say a few words for us?
I actually didn't know anything was up until yesterday when I was told to wear something pretty.
Are you kidding?
Which of course means on a regular day it's kind of questionable. But I do notice that my flower girls are all here, and John is apparently errand for the day, and so I would think that maybe something was up. So I am very mixed feelings about leaving the water board. I have a slew of things I would love to do that don't require being at work every day. But at the same time, it's very, very sad to leave all my friends. And after 3 decades at the water board, I feel like 3.5, all right, who's counting? And being sentenced, as Michael George said, to the water rights job right before the drought, it's actually been one of the most fascinating and interesting jobs I've ever had, and I've truly, truly loved it. Not necessarily all the work that goes with it, but I adore the people and the work, and I've had a lovely run at the water board. So it is with great sadness that I leave, it mixed with pure joy at being able to do all those other things I want to do. So as I look around, I see so many of my wonderful staff, and I've had just great experience. I've had wonderful assistant deputy directors for all my jobs, and it's just been a pure pleasure. So thank you.
Of course, we have a lovely resolution signed by Lois Wolk for you, and it's a very nice one. It goes through a little of your career here, but I won't bother reading it.
Very long.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
I guess we have some flowers to get.
And we'll get our chance to feat you tomorrow internally, but couldn't let the moment pass.
Should I bring the flower girl?
Yeah.
I sort of like the idea of it flanking. I think so too.
I like it. I can do this every day.
Oh, that is
good.
nice.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, no, put it in front of your person.
Thank you.
No. It's the whole, I like the flower thing, yeah.
But some have to go over on this side.
I think this is appropriate because no one is a better mama bear for her team than Barbara. So you should be part of the picture.
Okay, I've taken a whole bunch of them. Don't worry.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Barbara.
He's staying out of this.
Congratulations.
There's no one ever prepared for the parents involved.
All right. Should have had cupcakes.
Remember we had that meeting.
Yeah.
All right. With that, we are on to the public forum section of the meeting, and this is where the board hears from anyone who wishes to speak on an item that is not already on the agenda for a few moments. And I know we have no cards? Oh, drought. Okay. All right. Moving on to board business. Next, minutes from the August 2nd board meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
I move adoption.
Any additions or corrections? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, minutes are approved. We did, but I can't remember who. Thank you. Thank you. And then we have one uncontested item, which is item number 3. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that is approved. Now we're on to item number 4, which is our standing informational item on California's drought.
There you go. Good morning, Board Chair, Vice Chair, and Board members. My name is Rich Sitkowski, an engineer in the Division of Water Rights. And with me today is Diane Riddle, the Program Manager for the Bay Delta and Hearing Section. And today we'll have John Leahy from the Department of Water Resources here to provide a drought update for you today.
Ron was unable to make it due to a family issue, so yeah, he may be back next week if necessary, but John, I think, has some slides to cover some issues, and then when he's done, we could talk a little more about Sacramento River temperature. There's some slides at the end of his presentation.
Okay.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, other John.
So good morning, board members, board chair.
Hi.
Hi. I think Ron covered for the two of us last month, so I get to return the favor this month. We are a we're a jointly operated projects. So I'm not going to, it's a much condensed package today for, don't include any of the precipitation or snowpack. I think, we've gone over that a number of times, but did want to take a look at the forecast for temperatures for the next 3 months, August, September, October. You can see that NOAA's predicting that at least for most of California, equal chances of above warmer to below normal. I'm sorry, this is the precipitation. So for this period, precipitation forecasts are somewhat meaningless.
Right. In this part of the world.
In this part of the world.
Yeah.
So as you can see, equal chances of no precipitation, or very little precipitation for the next, of course, October, towards the end of October is when our rainy season really starts. The temperature, on the other hand, so this is the NOAA's temperature outlook for August, September, October. And you can see the entire nation, and I suppose if they did this for Canada, Canada would be very red as well. But you can see that for the entire United States, warmer than historical temperatures predicted, and in some places significantly above normal. So I guess good news, doesn't look like California is in the significantly above normal, although it is predicting above normal from the historical for those 3 months. Storages is the big thing that I have to talk about today. So see where we are here. Pretty much the same trend with Shasta Reservoir doing by far the best, as expected. So it's still 109% of average, about 3/4 full right now. Lake Oroville, we're down to about just under 60% of capacity, 84% of historical average, and Folsom's at 40% of capacity, 60% of historical average. You can see some of the, I'm going to drill down on some of these. In fact, New Malone is doing a little better than last year, but it's still very, very low. And San Luis Reservoir I'll definitely touch on as part of this presentation as well. So Shasta, you can see that didn't quite fill this year, but got to almost 4.25 million acre feet, and has had a slower draft than, say, I guess that's 2014 there in the red, but certainly much better conditions than we've seen over the last 3 years, and indeed better than the historical average you can see in the shaded turquoise.
Oh, quick reminder, sorry, John, on Shasta, was the fact that it didn't reach capacity related at all to flood management concerns, or was it just that's where it peaked out from natural hydrology?
There were some releases for flood control, I think you'll find in all of the 3 major reservoirs up north. Although I think we also, I can't speak necessarily completely for reclamation, but I know as far as Oroville, we were working very closely with the Corps, and this was probably the highest amount of encroachment that we were allowed to manage to this year, in light of all the 3 reservoirs for both projects. We were really rounding that corner of the flood diagram right after the system had really dried out significantly, and so the Corps was working with us and giving us a lot of leeway there as far as filling to a higher extent into that flood control space than we typically would have been allowed. So
Remember your graphs during that time.
yeah, it would have been helpful to have one of those here. You could actually see that. But so again, same thing for Lake Oroville. Although we are certainly drafting more heavily at a faster rate Lake Oroville, and you'll see the same thing for Folsom. We're currently just over 2 million acre feet, and again, you can see how we compare to the last 3 years of drought. Folsom, again, the same kind of pattern as Oroville. And New Maloney's, again, certainly much better than last year, but it puts it maybe where it was, looks like the 2014, which of course was not a real good place either. So, but you can see that, overall, the last 3 years for San Joaquin have been absolutely dismal in terms of precipitation and runoff. This year, precipitation was close to normal, but the runoff was well below normal in terms of percent of average. And in fact, as a reminder, it was a dry year classification on the San Joaquin system. The Sacramento Valley was above average precipitation, but below normal in terms of runoff, and that was the year type classification for the Sacramento Valley. So San Luis Reservoir, so there's been a lot of talk about this being one of the lower years. So the graph here, in addition to the last 3 years in blue, green, and yellow, the red on this particular chart is back to water year 1989. So that was the lowest San Luis was prior to where we sit today. You can see that they, towards the end of August, hit a low point that year. And of course, this is typically the time of year where we'll see our low point in San Luis. We are hitting it a little bit lower than we typically would. But
Can I
yeah.
just to help folks who may be watching this, and then it tends to go up in September, not because it started raining, but because you're able to start releasing water from upstream reservoirs for temperature control, and you can export for some reason because you don't have the same limitations. Why does that happen?
Yeah, so there's probably 2 principal reasons. The first reason is that's the end of the irrigation season, and so on the Sacramento Valley,
Depletions go down,
depletions
too.
are,
Got it.
yeah. So by the time we get to September 1st, so for about a month between September 1st October 1st is really the harvest period, and so you see very little diversion occurring. So our releases, it could be the same release that we're releasing from the project reservoirs, but more of it is making it to the delta. And so then we're able to export more. The other factor that allows for higher exports and to start refilling San Luis would be the ag salinity standards. Also, so the period of those is from April through the middle of August. So when we get to the end of that period, outflow can also drop, and with additional export. So the combination of those two reasons would explain why typically this is the low point. And of course our demands south of Delta, to the extent that their agricultural demands, will also see a big shift, just like we see in the Sacramento Valley. San Joaquin exporters will also see their demands drop off. So combination of all those things is typically the reason why generally middle to late August is where we see the low point in San Luis. The one thing we did struggle a little bit more with salinity here in July of this year than we had expected, and I think that's part of the reason we ended up a little lower. So Shasta releases were pretty much fixed. We did release more water from Oroville and Folsom than we had expected, and we also exported less in July than we had originally planned. So making up the difference that was needed for the higher outflow to meet salinity requirements really came out of those three reservoirs, like Oroville, Folsom, and San Luis as a result. And I think that's one of the reasons San Luis came in lower than it's been in quite a while, back to 1989.
Can you describe that extra salinity challenge a little bit again for folks listening who don't understand that it's harder to predict than you might think?
Yes, and so originally forecast the nominal outflow requirement, or D1641, for a below normal year type is 6,500 CFS average for the month of July, and we ended up having outflows of closer to 8,300 average, so well over 100,000 acre feet more than we had anticipated. And we think one of the reasons there is the stages in the Delta were running significantly higher than astronomically predicted for the entire period. So and we've seen this before, and part of the reason there's localized influence due to the sea surface temperatures, and they will have a localized effect on the thermal expansion here on the West Coast, and that was definitely associated with the blob from the last couple of years, that it has resulted in higher stages in the Delta, which has required additional releases in order to maintain the same salinity conditions. And
so a taste of climate change to come.
Perhaps, yeah. So yeah, that's the primary reason I think why we ended up with that additional expenditure.
So do you, go ahead and finish that thought.
That was it.
Okay. Do you have information on how this has compared to the models that were run during the discussions about temperature control and the impact on the various reservoirs? And I'm asking that not just in the context of this issue with salinity and during this time frame in which you had some challenges, but also I recall that there was an expectation that transfer water could be moved, and also some modeling on, later in the year during the period in which the biological opinions would kick in. So curious about how this played out compared to how it was modeled and how you're forecasting any changes in the model for the upcoming months.
So in terms of, I think, the temperature plan for Shasta, that was really run fairly independent of what would be occurring in the Delta. So I think all of the focus was primarily on the temperature, having adequate temperatures in the river, and so it was my understanding is all decisions were made strictly on conserving that cold water storage and the releases and how they might relate to managing the temperature, but little to no aspect associated with the delta. And so when I think in that plan we had assumed a lower requirement for delta outflow in the summer, and when it turned out the needs were greater, we did pick up the difference from the other reservoirs, from Oroville, from Folsom, and lower exports. And in fact, we did have a minor exceedance of the Jersey Point standard in the middle of July, which we reported through email. I think I'm not sure if the hard copy has been. It was transmitted electronically, I believe, on Friday. But we were able to keep that exceedance fairly minor, 0.01 EC for 3 days, and we were able to do that by a very dramatic change in our exports for a number of days, and that's one of the reasons for the San Luis being lower as well. So I'm sorry, kind of got away from your original question, but I'm not sure if that answers partially.
Yeah, it does partially, but then the other component was, well, whether or not operations at San Luis were considered as part of the decision on the temperature plan. Nonetheless, I recall that there was information presented as to how it would impact the exports. And so with things not playing out as originally anticipated on salinity management, are you seeing that anything else could change in upcoming months compared to what you were anticipating, specifically on the transfer window and anything in particular on biological opinions?
Yeah, as far as the transfers, so those were contemplated by Reclamation this year, and unfortunately with Ron not being here, I don't have a lot of information on what the latest status is on any of those. I don't know to what degree the additional release requirement just to meet salinity requirements has affected any of that, but yeah, I'm sorry, but I would have to defer that to Ron.
I think in June, the Bureau did move a little less water than they were planning to as a result of the temperature plan negotiations. So if that's somewhat responsive to your questions. I think that while the releases were largely dictated by temperature control, there were water supply considerations in those releases this year as well. And that was some of the discussion that was taking place in May and June that took a little time to resolve before we got a final temperature management plan. And as I'll go into when John's completed his presentation, we've made another adjustment to the plan related to both temperature control and water supply issues.
Yeah, I think generally, so all of the storage that you do see in San Luis, that's all State Water Project storage. So Reclamation ran it all the way, used every last drop just to get through this summer in terms of their actual deliveries. And that does bring us to, this was the graph provided by Ron, which compares, which they've been tracking essentially the cold water pool colder than 49 degrees from, I guess, that original, the original measurements done back in June, early June. And you can see how it's been tracking through time, and I guess what he has shown there is essentially 350,000 acre feet of additional cold water pool above the 49 degrees than had been forecasted earlier in the year. So I guess I can turn it over to Diane. I think she might have some additional information here.
Before you make the transfer, tongue in cheek, on forecasting. Clearly, forecasting is an evolving science and has a lot to do with climate and models that are global models and that sort of thing. Is the department
and the Bureau, if you know, are they incorporating some of these new models into their forecasting toolkit?
In which models in particular are you?
Well, I believe Department of Water Resources Climate Division has identified 10 global models that they think are most applicable to California, and they are at various stages of downscaling, but those are the ones that they have identified. And then there's been some specific work by Scripps down in San Diego and UCLA in the LA area, and also a lot of work in the Bay Area and a little bit in Sacramento about downscaling. So I'm wondering how much of this is going into, not so much that Southern California would go into this, but how much of the work that's being done in other parts of DWR are you incorporating into your future use of tools?
Yes, I mean, generally, we are tracking and monitoring those activities quite closely. If we get to a point where the model is able to provide us something very predictive or useful, we would certainly incorporate it. I don't think we're there yet, but certainly, for example, these higher stages in the last few years has gotten our attention to the extent that some of these models could predict something like that. That would certainly be something that we would, that would be quite useful in trying to plan out storage volumes requirements for a year. But I think the level of the science just isn't quite there yet to be of great use to us. But I know there's certainly efforts being made.
So, and I may be the only one who's not sure about this. By downscaling, you mean taking a global model and bringing it down to relevance to California? Okay, so that's a term of art. And so something like that could also be helpful, not just on this kind of temperature, but also on modeling when the ocean would be warmer and you would have those higher tides.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
That's right.
Okay,
yeah.
so we just need to get as better at this as we can, as fast as we can.
That's right.
Okay, interesting.
And actually, for the temperature modeling that was done this year, I think we did incorporate an expected warmer climate. And that's why we're seeing that we have more cold water available. It wasn't as warm as we had planned for in the modeling that was conducted. We looked at the warmest 10% of years, and it hasn't turned out to be that warm. So we essentially planned for the worst. It hasn't been the worst, so we've ended up with more cold water than we would have had if it had turned out to be as warm as we modeled it to be. So the solid line without the dots in the middle is comparing what we modeled back in June, which is the temperature plan that we approved, with the actual measurements, which have the dates associated with them, with the latest one being August 15th.
That's good, because we asked you all to be more, or the projects to be more conservative because we cut it too close the preceding 2 years, sort of wishing we had done something more like this last year and the year before.
Right. So this reflects a more conservative operation for temperature control, which has led us to a place where we now have more cold water, and we think we should easily be able to meet temperatures for the remainder of the season. And as a result of that additional cold water available in Shasta Reservoir, Reclamation requested last week on August 9th to modify the releases during August, which was a provision we added in the plan, acknowledging that because we've planned for the worst, we may end up with more cold water than we need. And so the plan that Tom approved back in July allowed for modifications to the temperature plan to provide colder water and also for water supply considerations. So Reclamation, given this additional volume of cold water, made that request to modify the releases from 10,000 CFS during August to 10,500 CFS and to target a lower temperature compliance location as part of a pilot study to determine whether they can operate to this 55 degree 7-day daily maximum temperature, the 7 datum. So we're currently proceeding with that plan. The fishery agencies concurred with Reclamation's request last week. We also concurred as part of the Shasta water management team process. So we're currently maintaining those releases through August.
Can you just give me a sense? Obviously, the change doesn't eat up this whole margin. Can you give a sense of the level of adjustment in acre feet, how much it's eating into that?
So 500 CFS for a month is 30,000 acre feet.
Okay.
And I think it changes, as you'll recall from the past several years, what we're really managing for is getting that side gate release time period to time period past when the winter run have emerged. I believe without any adjustment, that was getting us into November, which is past the time period when all of the winter run would have emerged from the reds. Now we're at the end of October, which should provide adequate protection for winter run. So I think folks are the fishery agencies and our staff are comfortable that we'll easily be able to maintain temperature this year without any issues, which is important given that it appears that this year we have a smaller run size, probably the smallest that we've recorded in the last 15 years. So it'll be important to protect all of those fish. So,
and again, if we're going to have we might have above average temperatures coming in again at us the next 3 months. It's not something we can, I think part of what you all came up with and part of what gave us comfort were the additional layers of conservatism after those years, and the fact that the fish agencies and the projects are consulting in more real time gave us some comfort as opposed to trying to rely on projections that had failed us in the preceding 2 years.
right, and we're continuing on with our weekly check-ins, evaluating the volume of cold water pool and meeting to discuss actual conditions. So I think none of those checks and balances have been modified. We've just allowed for a somewhat higher release to target a lower temperature while providing some more water supply adjustments to address the San Luis issues and associated water supply concerns.
Any other updates or issues before we go to public comment? We have 3.
No, I think that's all for us.
Let's move to public comment. You can set it for 5. First, Rachel Zwillinger from Defenders of Wildlife, followed by John Rosenfield from the Bay Institute, followed by Kate Poole from NRDC. Good morning. Oh, yeah, it's a new one.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Rachel Zwillinger with Defenders of Wildlife. And I'm here this morning along with colleagues from NRDC and the Bay Institute because the changes to Shasta operations that Reclamation has proposed are directly related to an emergency request that we submitted last week asking this board to adopt regulations to increase outflow for Delta smelt under its authority pursuant to the public trust doctrine. Now, I'd like to initially emphasize that we haven't yet analyzed the effects of the proposed modification on Chinook salmon, including fall run, and are not commenting on the appropriateness of the modification. That the board has an independent duty and authority to review changes to the temperature management plan pursuant to Order 90-5 and its public trust responsibilities, and to ensure that this new plan or the modifications to the existing plan adequately protects the monuments and other public trust resources. But to the extent the board concurs with the additional releases, we strongly urge you to dedicate any additional flows to outflow for Delta smelt. As we explained in our request for emergency regulations, the Delta smelt is on the brink of extinction, and the best available science, much of which was created by the state and federal fisheries agencies, indicates that increased summer outflow improves survival for Delta smelt and reduces the likelihood of extinction. And as my colleague from the Bay Institute will explain, it's not too late to act this year, and additional flows in August and September are necessary to improve the chances that Delta smelt will survive into next year. Under these circumstances, the board's obligation under the public trust doctrine requires action, and this is an action that the board could take without going through the formal regulatory process. The additional 500 CFS may not be adequate to keep X2 west of 81 kilometers, as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has indicated is necessary, and further action by the board will likely be required. But dedicating this additional water to Delta outflow will be an important first step in the right direction towards saving the Delta smelt. I also want to emphasize that the fact that the fish management agencies have failed to require additional and adequate outflow for the Delta smelt this year doesn't justify inaction by the board. That the board's authority under the public trust doctrine is independent of those agencies' responsibilities under the Federal and State Endangered Species Act, and standing by while a fish spirals towards extinction is inconsistent with the board's obligation to ensure the continued existence of public trust resources.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenfield.
Good morning.
Morning.
I have a few slides that I
Oh,
think
good.
this board comes fully equipped with a pointer. Good morning. Thanks for taking the time to hear from us this morning. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody in this room, and certainly board members, that Delta smelt are at grave risk of extinction. We're having difficulty detecting them in surveys that are designed to detect Delta smelt. To prevent extinction, it's pretty obvious that the population has to increase. So going from 2016 to 2017, we need to see the population come above the levels that are near disappearing right now. So the population has to grow. To increase the population from one year to the next, we have to increase survival from one life stage to the next. So going from the summer to the fall, there will always be a decline in Delta smelt because they're not spawning now and fish are continually dying. But we need to arrest that decline, meaning to increase survival. So to go from this red line of a steep decline between summer and fall to the aqua line of which represents increased survival between summer and fall.
What is the life stage right now?
So we're talking about juvenile fish moving into subadult, adult fish. The Delta smelt population responds positively to increased Delta outflow. The science on that is becoming increasingly clear, and it does that. The effective outflow appears to be increased outflow appears to be a benefit in every month. So now we're talking about that effect of increasing the index from 2016 to the subsequent year, 2017. And the Fish and Wildlife Service has looked at every month of the year, that's the x-axis here, and flows coming out of the delta, that's the y-axis on a log basis. And they're comparing years in which the population increased year over year, the aqua bars, with years in which the population decreased year over year, the red bars. And as you can see, in every month, with the exception of December, years in which the population increased are characterized by increased delta outflows. That's not necessarily in every month. That's in each month, there's a benefit of an apparent benefit of increased delta outflows on the population. And the more that we have increased outflows, the better the population appears to do. And this demonstrates why reductions in delta outflows that occurred in 2014 and 2015 below D1641 standards were devastating to this population. I mean, that really is putting additional nails into the coffin of this species.
What was the period of record for that data set? What years did Fish and Wildlife review?
I'll have to look to check. This is either, I'm going to guess, between 2002 and 2015 or going back to 1987 to 2015, but it's the more recent years. So how much does delta outflow matter during the summer? Well, it appears to matter quite a bit. Now we're talking about increasing survival between summer and fall, right? And we have two surveys that operate. We have multiple surveys, but the two surveys I'm going to talk about here are the summer tow net, which samples the fish during the summer, and the fall midwater trawl, which samples the fish during the fall. And the ratio between those two is an indicator of how well fish survived from the summer to the fall. If we divide the fall midwater trawl by the summer tow net in a given year, that ratio is then an index which we'll call the survival ratio. Okay, the higher that number is, the better the survival is from the summer to the fall. And here we're looking at the relationship between that ratio and outflows from the delta during August for the years 2002 through 2014, which is 13 years of data. And there's a very strong correlation between outflows during August and survival between summer and fall, and also in the lower panel, in the same effect during September. So increased outflows appear to produce improved survival, and that effect occurs in August and September as well as other months. So there is still an opportunity to act to improve survival of this species.
This is an interesting index that you present here. Is the sampling methodology directly comparable between the trawl results and the tow net results, just as a reminder?
Yeah, it's a good question. The survey methodologies are different, but the surveys, the summer tow net is done the same every year, and the fall midwater trawl is done the same every year. So this ratio is a unit-free, value-free thing. The two things are done the same way every year, and so the ratio between them is representative of survival from summer to the fall. So everybody's interested in, of course, why does this occur? What's the effect of summer outflows? What's the benefit? How does it produce that benefit? And the important thing, the take-home message, is that there are numerous biological reasons that higher outflow would improve conditions for delta smelt. Some of those include improved water temperature conditions in the pelagic areas where these fish live. Water quality, we know that increased delta outflows, particularly in the summer and fall, reduce the frequency of microcystis blooms, also reduce potentially concentrations of other contaminants that damage the fish. The position of the habitat, as indicated on these graphs, when X2 is far to the west, the blue and white areas here, which represent the low salinity zone that is habitat for delta smelt, occurs in the pelagic areas of Sassoon Bay and Grizzly Bay. When X2 is further to the east, that low salinity zone is trapped in the channels of the delta, where predators have a much greater ability to prey on these fish. But the important message here is that in the context of the dire threat to delta smelt, the mechanisms are not really that important. What's important is the overall effect that delta outflow, particularly during August and September, appears to produce survival increases in delta smelt, and that's what we need to save this fish from going extinct this year.
I get the mechanism, and I know that we will be meeting with staff on both the emergency order and talking about this request as well. And I understand the mechanism, but do you have a sense of, when we're talking the amounts, when you're linking it to these Shasta releases, does the extra 30,000 move the needle on this much? If you look at the blue and the red charts, which I'm not as good at, I'm chart deficient. I always need, these I get, but I always need a little bit of interpretation. I'm assuming those flows are a lot higher than that.
Well, we can actually see, it's a great question. This is the chart that you'd want to look at because this actually puts mean monthly outflow in CFS
okay.
for each
So
of
you
these
can see
months.
that
And
in
you can
this.
see, I mean, you know, if we had more years, right, we would know whether that was a straight line or a curvy line or where it began and where it ended. But right now, these data indicate using a straight line relationship that you're getting incremental benefits for every few hundred CFS, and you know the 500 CFS that we're talking about is certainly would be you know some sort of detectable result on this scale. You know, there's uncertainty, of course, around any line, and all we can do is know that the line is, you know, positive and statistically significant and a pretty strong effect. And this is our opportunity, our scope for action. I mean, it's possible, for instance, that this September line, I have to talk to my colleagues who made this graph at Cal Fish and Wildlife. It's possible to me that this is actually a curvilinear relationship with increasing benefits as flow increases, right? Because these 3 points are above the line, the 3 points that are furthest to the right. So, you know, there's the statistical specifications of the model we need to explore more deeply, but from the information we have now and any statistical analysis we did of this would show if you increase flows, you increase the survival rate, and we're talking on the scale of hundreds and thousands, you know, hundreds to small numbers of thousands of CFS increases that have that incremental benefit.
And can we go to just your next, I'm just trying to really understand this for follow-up. I get the basic mechanism here. You're trying to move the smelt to safer ground in their hanging out ground in Sassoon versus being stuck in the channels where they can get eaten and don't have food and all of that. I'm oversimplifying it for regular people, and I'm one of those.
Thank you.
But when you talk about microcystis blooms, isn't there something, I'm not going to say it's a conflict, but that it all depends on where you're talking about, right? Because continuing flow down through the delta is going to be helpful to the stagnant water issue that we're having down in the lower part of the delta, right?
Right.
So it depends on where you are.
Well, right. And I should emphasize that all of these mechanisms that I've listed up here are, you know, potential mechanisms. This is consistent with what we know about the ecology of this system. It's not that every one of these has been worked out with a,
And where?
in an experimental test. It's just these are the reasons we would expect this to work. And so, yes, the microcystis problem is more of a problem in the South Delta because water is more stagnant there, but the more that Sacramento River flows increase, the further the field of benefit is from that as well, as far as we know.
Thank you. That was helpful. Ms. Poole. Good morning.
Much for allowing us to comment today. My name is Kate Poole. I'm with the Natural Resources Defense Council. And before I launch into my comments, Chair Marcus, I just wanted to correct something I think I just heard you say, which was characterizing the sort of amount of water from the Shasta temperature plan revision as 30,000 acre feet. I believe Ms. Riddle said that difference in the cold water pool was 350,000 acre feet.
But we're not proposing to let it all out. I was asking the question in terms of how much of the cushion they were proposing to eat into, and the answer was 30,000 acre feet.
Oh, okay.
Because that's the amount of water at play, right?
And that, as I
because if they were going to let it all go, I was going to say no.
Yeah, I agree. As I understand it, we're just talking about August flow.
Right.
Here, but Reclamation has indicated they would like to make a similar request for September and October. So there may be
Got it.
some additional changes requested. So as you've heard, the board has the obligation to review and approve any changes to Reclamation Shasta Temperature Management Plan. And under that existing authority, we believe the board can and should dedicate that increase in Keswick releases to this, to improving delta outflow for the benefit of smelt for at least 3 reasons. In significant part, this is because what you've just heard from Dr. Rosenfield, that the more we can improve summer outflow, and as we've also heard from the fish agencies, the better we can improve the chances that delta smelt continue to exist. Second, but equally important, I think, is that Reclamation committed in its approved existing Shasta temperature management plan that it would use the 10,500 CFS Keswick releases in July to benefit delta fisheries to, quote, at a minimum, support increased delta outflow index for the month of July, unquote. That was in its July 5th temperature management plan. Board staff acknowledged that and recognized the importance of that commitment in their July 6th presentation to this board, noting that the Shasta temperature management plan would provide increased July outflows. Now, as we know, the Bureau entirely failed to meet that commitment, instead using that to meet its existing Jersey Point obligations, which it failed to meet in some instances. So now the board should enforce that commitment by requiring those increased Keswick flows to be dedicated to improved delta outflow for the rest of August and September. Third, the requested 500 CFS increase in flows is essentially new water. These releases should not have been considered or relied upon in Reclamation's allocation decisions because it was not part of their approved Shasta temperature management plan. So dedicating those flows to improving outflows should not affect Reclamation's ability to meet its existing contract allocations, nor should any CVP contractor have relied on receiving this water. And finally, I just wanted to note that if the board is unable to complete an emergency rulemaking in a timely fashion to improve delta habitat conditions this water year, then delta smelt will be at increased risk of extinction. But regardless of the board's actions this year, we strongly urge you to indicate that you will take appropriate action next year in time to ensure that X2 will be maintained at or westward of 81 kilometers for June 1st through the end of September of 2017. DWR and Reclamation were given the opportunity to meet this critical flow need on a voluntary basis this year, and they completely failed to provide the needed outflow. So the time for voluntary actions is over. It's time for this board to exercise its public trust obligation to prevent the extinction of delta smelt and improve delta habitat for a number of species, water quality, and other needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions further?
What have you been looking at vis-a-vis delta smelt and the, in a way, trade-off that is being considered here?
Well, as far as the temperature management plan goes, from a regulatory perspective, the Order 90-5 is really designed to protect winter run and other salmonid species. It doesn't address delta smelt, so there's not a clean regulatory link between the requirements of Order 90-5 and actions to protect delta smelt. We also don't have any temporary urgency change petitions ongoing this year. I think we were looking at the delta smelt request separately, the request for emergency regulations, and didn't see a clean mechanism through Order 90-5 to require these outflows for delta smelt purposes. From a scientific perspective, this is new, evolving science that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has prepared some memos on. We're definitely looking at that very closely, particularly for phase 2 purposes and development of water quality objectives, and also in the context of thinking through these emergency regulations, but again, also, looking at other considerations, how much water would it actually take over this time period, those type of issues too. So I think that's, a separate, thinking about the emergency regulations as a separate issue than the temperature management plan. And again, there didn't appear to be a clear regulatory link between the two for purposes of considering a request to require additional outflow as part of 90-5 requirements.
And is the thinking similar for next year?
because that was another component of Kate's request.
As far as the temperature management plan goes, I don't think that's the right vehicle likely for requiring additional outflow. If we wanted to consider something like that, I think the emergency regulation vehicle or some other vehicle would be the appropriate vehicle.
Right, and then in that context, we still have to be mindful, even though they're different vehicles, of that trade-off between, you don't want to pit one fish against the other. I mean, just trying to figure out how to manage the whole system more holistically, if you will. So I'm presuming, because we can't all talk to each other, and this isn't the time to thrash it out just on hearing it, is that you'll be consulting with all of us over the course of the next week to talk about your thoughts on the emergency request for this year, but we'll also be talking about next year. At least I'd like to do that.
Right, yeah, and as this applies to phase 2 related issues, yes, we'll definitely do that.
Yeah, and just echoing that, the comments speak to an issue of timeliness, that there is management actions that can be modified. I wouldn't say vastly changed, but fine-tuned. As we heard earlier, the forecasted needs for delta salinity protection, irrespective of the ecology of the delta, but for more water supply basis, the forecast was off based on what we measured and what thermal expansion in the oceans gave us. So looking ahead, we're being mindful of if we're going to have a recommendation for management for multi-objectives in 2017, we'll be needing to look for synergies of salinity management for water supply, but also for ecology and species. And so I think this discussion speaks to a lot of synergy in certain areas. We spoke of conflict potentially between species, but taking a holistic view of this, that we're meeting salinity standards for multiple reasons, is important. But I don't want to lose track of any kind of management fine-tuning we can cooperatively come to in the near future, because as we heard, there isn't as much conflict on irrigation or water supply needs in the coming weeks. What flexibility in that area under the curve that you showed earlier do we have to meet multiple objectives? So I encourage this creative thinking in the near term and certainly for 2017.
So I just want to chime in here. I concur as far as looking at multiple objectives and collaboration. But I have to say I am very concerned, very concerned about water supply. Despite some window where the irrigation is not needed, we have got to look at the big picture on San Luis. It is not being managed the way it has been in the past. So basically, we're looking at contract amounts and exchange contractors amount where they're having to look for the next year, getting water this year for use next year. It's all been turned on its head. So as we look at the different tools, I think it's important to, I don't think anyone here is not saying this, but I just want to underscore that not just conflict between species, but also water supply and, our need to be looking at balancing and multiple objectives. I personally think phase 2 is probably the best place to be looking at these issues, because we're going to be, that's the dictate for phase 2. We're going to be having a look at the big picture with all of these issues. It gets pretty complicated.
So there's a full plate for discussion.
Yeah, and I know, just to add, as part of the Delta Smelt Action Plan, the Bureau was looking at purchases of water, and that is another vehicle that is, maybe outside of our regulatory process that we can, look at comprehensively with the Bureau and the department. That's an option as well.
Yep, this is an all tools on the table time. So, all right, thank you. That's a very, thank you for laying that out. A lot of important conversation to have soon.
Thanks to Mr. Lehigh for batting for both Reclamation and Department of Water Resources.
And I want to point out to my colleagues that in the map that you showed, where we were not as dire as a few states over, that's where the Colorado River is, and they are in dire shape.
Yes, and we're all connected there. Yep.
And on that bright note, I'm going to suggest we keep going. Item number 5. Oh, I never use the electronic, so I rely on you all. Okay. Item 5.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Toney, the senior for the Small Community Wastewater Unit. This item requests the board's consideration of a resolution approving a Proposition 1 grant for 3 City of Mount Shasta projects, their planning projects. The City of Mount Shasta is located in Siskiyou County. It's a severely disadvantaged community. The city serves approximately 3,300 residents and has a median household income of $33,320. The city has requested $200,000 in planning grant funding for wastewater treatment plant improvements and $500,000 in planning grant funding for collection system improvements. The city owns and operates the City of Mount Shasta wastewater treatment plant. The treatment plant discharge is less than 3/4 of a mile downstream from Box Canyon. It's the first discharge into the Sacramento River. The city was issued a time schedule order, which included a schedule to bring ammonia, copper, zinc, BOD, total suspended solids, and pH levels into compliance. In addition to evaluating the upgrades needed at the wastewater treatment plant, the city also plans to assess how to correct deficiencies in the wastewater interceptor and address sewer pipelines in the downtown area that experience flows exceeding their hydraulic capacity. These projects are not presented to the board for approval because of their funding limits. The 2016-2017 Clean Water State Revolving Fund Prop 1 intended use plan states that a community may receive up to $1 million in total planning costs, $500,000 for treatment plant upgrades plus $500,000 for collection system improvements. These projects were split into 3 applications due to their schedule and deliverables. The city did not receive more grant funding by separating these projects. The city has received a great deal of public interest in the wastewater treatment plant upgrade project, and therefore the division is presenting this project to the board for approval. The public is concerned that the city is upgrading the treatment plant and collection system to connect a large industrial user in the future. The division has discussed this issue with the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. The Central Valley Regional Board stated that the TSO was issued prior to any discussion of a new industrial user and that these projects are needed to improve water quality in the upper Sacramento River. Again, I would like to reiterate that these projects presented to the board today are all planning projects. Staff recommends approving the authorization for the Deputy Director to approve the 3 planning projects so the city can comply with the time schedule order and evaluate capacity problems in the collection system. No comments were received today for today's board meeting, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there questions? And we have a card. I appreciate you flagging an issue because of potential controversy, but the issue is this is a planning process with a lot of process at the local level, on facilities, and there's no way to resolve the current situation without the planning and the work necessary to resolve an already existing situation.
And as part of the planning process, they're going to be developing several documents that residents and the public have a chance to comment on.
That will allow the public discussion of what.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Or just real quick, to place it in context a little for me, in terms of the quantity or the magnitude of the planning grants, and this is all grants, correct, because of the disadvantaged community setting, but it does appear pretty large, per capita to me, just on first blush. And curious if, or I wonder if you could explain a little, the circumstances of having Prop 1 funding available. Has this helped move this forward, which is positive given the sensitivity of the water resources? But also, do we have other similar planning grant scopes in communities of similar size or economic status? And you don't have to list them all, but just give folks a sense of the context of this proposal.
Yes, Julie Rosardo. So this is on par with what we're seeing with other communities, and especially where they will have, for example, some funding under their collection system and some funding for their treatment plant. And because we are seeing this as a typical pattern, that is why our current intended use plan for clean water specifies that community can receive up to $1 million, up to $500,000 in planning for each piece of that system.
And really, we're talking about up to $1 million out of, thanks to Prop 1 and this wonderful opportunity we have that the voters have approved. Is that the scope? That's the $260 million statewide? Is that?
Yes, that's correct. With Prop 1 up to $260 million statewide.
Yeah, and I would just also comment finally that, as a sanitary engineer, we've got treatment plants around the state that were built in the 70s and the 80s that are in great need of upgrade, and disadvantaged communities are going to struggle to meet, high standards that are very reasonable, for the downstream users of this pristine water in the Upper Sacramento and other similar settings. So it's a great opportunity that Prop 1 has come along. We have our clean water SRF and our low interest loans, but this is a great boost that our disadvantaged communities need around the state as they grapple with trying to do the right thing.
Yes.
Great. Well, let's move to our speaker. We have Mr. Cosmo, Nazar Cosmo from We Are Water. Hello, Mr. Cosmo.
And board members and Lisa Chang, thank you for this opportunity.
Try and get a little closer just so we can hear you. Or yeah, you move it closer. That's the easiest.
Got here on time for this item. And we have a concerns, and we, of course, we support to upgrade the infrastructure. It's very needed. But we have our concern again and again, bringing to attention to this particular areas that we've been very close interacted and received, observed and received last year particular many violations. And our concern that this particular area is a city takes the name of the mountain, actually using the name of the mountain for their own behalf. But the own concern is that this particular city had not complied with a state order. The state order was to save our resources. And last year I documented personally more than 250 violations. I called to the police department, I called to many government institutions, particularly in the area, and let them know that this is the issue, a big issue, because water was wasting along many gallons, believe it or not. Fresh, pure water. We're not talking about recycled water. We're talking about fresh, pure water was literally just lost in many quantities. I don't have the numbers because I'm on my own just be able to do that part. So we even don't know how much we lose. And the concern is it's still happening. The same things still happening next year. This year, the same year, a lot more. So my point is, concern is, until this particular city will comply and adjust, because right now the city requesting from the state this opportunity. This is a great opportunity, but the state has a resolution. The state has the statewide to all to concern and to be more conscious of using, especially from that area. And not only that, we also want to recommend to, on the top, improving those infrastructure what we have, also improve local streams and local creeks. Very important. No one mentioned that. So we want to improve infrastructure, but we also want to care and make sure the creeks and streams are in the best shape, and it's not yet. The one is a major problem because I was reading a little bit the report, but we need to have more better report to everyone, so everyone can see. The major problem over that, this is the noise. To support creeks from that outside impact of the noise, because this is a higher impact than other impacts that the local ecosystem received. Do you have any questions for me? Because I have like a minute.
Well, no, as you're talking, I'm thinking how wonderful it would be if every time we looked at a particular area of the state, we were looking more completely, not just at their wastewater needs at a given time, which we tend to look at it in chunks, but also looking overall at water use and in the health of the ecosystem. I know that would make Steve happy, and we're trying to move much more towards a watershed look, but we do tend to look compartmentally. So it's helpful to be reminded that we need to do that more.
Thank you. Because water is a consciousness. Water is the highest consciousness. And water will create more challenges to improve this, to improve that. Yes, we can give hands to improve, but how we can be closer, interact to support that natural flow. And natural flow over there is a very pure condition, very like, I don't want to like bring the words, what conditions is right now. It's below all available conditions it can be. So why this particular area cannot adjust and can improve, very simply improve this water coming from the mountain and naturally going through, and it cannot go through. Even the stormwater system. For example, just recently I was there, and the roads are improved, the sidewalk improved, but the stormwater has not improved. So we give more, we give more for the sidewalk, but we cannot give more for the stormwater way through. The stormwater, even no one even touched there. The same thing, the same clogged. Yeah, we see the sidewalk new, but stormwater is not new. Excuse me, but this is very close, especially to that water. I receive messages directly from the water vibration while listening to the water and while seeing the water, and water is talking to me. So I just bring that vibration directly to you. And I hope, if not this time, I hope we will make that pristine water, yes, it is pristine water, coming to Sacramento and coming and reaching everyone who live along. And one more thing, please. Those who lives next to any watershed needs to be responsible for the water where they are. So please, again, I'm asking you and asking all the state that to support our water, because water is everything. It gives life, it gives to everyone. Thank you.
I think, one question that folks may have about this is, and to the chair's point about thinking wastewater in isolation, does this planning process allow the local community or facilitate thinking about beneficial reuse of wastewater up in the watershed so that it doesn't have as much of an impact on the pristine upper Sacramento River and its tributaries?
I don't know if I'll address that specifically. I might leave that to Jennifer, but I do want to mention that the wastewater projects are currently being managed in our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. The drinking water projects for this very same city, we are now transferring those over so that we have one project manager within our office that's going to be overseeing both the wastewater and the drinking water applications in their various stages. So I think that will be very helpful, as well as any future reuse, stormwater, water recycling projects that may come our way. We're looking at this model of having one project manager who will be able to handle basically all of those types of infrastructure needs for a particular applicant.
Well, and that's great. I appreciate you highlighting that, because I know that's true, and I want the public to know that we are already migrated to a one water vision at the State Water Resources Control Board. And as we look at the small communities, we are looking at all those things, and we are asking questions about those things, because there are serious efficiencies by looking at all the three legs of water infrastructure holistically as the communities touch one of the legs of the stool: drainage, water supply, wastewater management. Thank you.
I'm assuming this community is even smaller than our MS4 Phase 2, do you know? So that doesn't, so there's stormwater rules, but our conservation rules and not watering the sidewalk and stuff do apply, 'cause it's big enough for that. All right, worth pulling it all together everywhere on those cylinders, and conservation requirements can be part of orders and the like too, because it helps wastewater treatment and everything. So we do need to be, thank you for that step towards more holistic thinking, but really there are win-win-win-wins if we keep our eye on the right ball, which is not just looking at our authorities separately, but looking at a real place and the real water within the place. So.
And I guess one addition that I would raise here in particular, and would be true of any of our grants or loans on drinking water, there was a ton of discussion yesterday at the Urban Advisory Committee to on the executive order about leakage. And so there's a lot of work going into that right now that is supposed to get wrapped up in the next probably 3 years, 2.5 to 3 years. But we should be anticipating that that there's going to be a lot of demand out there for improvements in the leakage area. So that is something to put on your radar as well.
Great, and we do have our Proposition 1 technical assistance, which we're pairing with our project funding to address things like leak audits and detection and repair. So it's really a holistic approach to look at diagnosing the issue with the technical assistance funds and then providing the project funding on the back end to fix those problems.
Good, that's helpful. And again, thank you, Mr. Cosmo, for the reminder. If there are no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to move adoption of the staff recommendation.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It carries. Thank you all very, very much. I'm going to suggest we go to the next item and before we take a short break. Item number 6. I see a number of people here for it.
Yeah, as they're coming up, on my vacation to Oregon, going through Shasta, I reviewed this item while I was looking at the mountain.
Oh, you were there, great.
So some of the comments we received resonated with me.
Good morning, Chair Marcus. I'm Kathy Maroka from Division of Water Rights. I'm joined today by Andrew Tarianen. And item 6 is renewal of an emergency regulation related to informational orders. This is one of our tools that we have been using for drought management. Starting in 2014, we were looking at what we needed in order to obtain information that was responsive to drought issues. And this tool, which is Title 23 CCR Section 879C, was one of the items that we thought was most important to us for our drought management tasks. So what this does, there's 2 different parts to this particular regulation. First, it allows us to obtain information on a water diverter's claim of right. And this information is necessary in our drought work in order to support the drought analysis. We have diverters that claim both a riparian and a pre-1914 water right. And we need to know which water right we should be applying the priorities to, which priority of right in order for our drought modeling, and having information on the basis of right helps us to clarify which priority right they're diverting under at that time, be it riparian or pre-14, in order to have accurate water supply modeling work. We also use it to obtain current information on the diversions. So when we looked at what our records were in 2014 as we entered this drought cycle, our senior water rights, which is the riparian and pre-1914 rights, were reporting on a triennial cycle at that time. And so that meant that we only had full records for the 2010 to 2013 period. We couldn't, a lot of our records were just like 2010 and they were going to report back again in 2013. It was very poor for us as far as determining what current needs were. So this tool allowed us to ask for the monthly diversion records, which we did not have that ability to do previously. We only were able to get full year records. They were monthly data, but they were always in arrears. So now we could, month by month, ask for the data, but it also allowed us to ask for the projected upcoming monthly data. And this graphic that I'm showing on the screen right now just shows how big a difference there was in this data. The orange bar is pre-drought data, and so that's what we would have had to rely on in all our water supply modeling if we hadn't had the informational order tool. Now the other bars show how very different the annual data was as we got these records in from people on an as-you-go basis under the informational order. And you can see that there was a lot of effort in the water use community to stretch water supply, to apply water conservation practices. You know, the Delta saw the 25% riparian conservation program. And so data on all that effort that people took to stretch supplies came to us because we had this informational order tool. So it made a dramatic difference. It not only allowed us to see how people were stretching their supplies during the drought, but it also enabled us to make very effective decisions on when we felt there was sufficient water supply based on demand projections and demand data to lift curtailment actions to find water available again for the diversion community. So it made a huge difference to us. The emergency regulations are only in effect for 270 days each time. So we need to renew it now so that we can keep having this tool available, especially should our springtime show a poor water supply picture. We can continue to get data. Now there are a lot of new things that have happened in this intervening time period from 2014 to now. So we had Senate Bill 88, and that changed how water diverters report their use. So starting, because all records are in arrears, so starting in 2017, the reports for 2016 use are going to be annual for all of the water diversion community, be they riparian, be they pre-14, permit or license holders. So for the first time, we're going to get all these records in on a much more frequent basis. There's also a provision in SB 88 to allow us to call for monthly records. And so I looked at the issue of, you know, is that going to be redundant of what's in this informational order regulation? And the answer is no, it's actually not. And the reason is the informational order touches other diverters besides those who have records on file with us. So it touches persons who are water users or diverters, whether or not they have filed claims of their right with the State Water Board. And so that's where this tool adds in to the records that we can obtain for drought management purposes and is not repetitive.
Can you highlight who that would be, just for folks who are listening?
Yes. So what happens is that this tool allows us to obtain information, like if we get a complaint in, we can go and seek data on what that water diverter is using, okay? Now, a water diverter, especially in the complaint type circumstance, may not have filed a statement of water diversion and use with the board or have a permit or license. They may just be out there with the pump in the stream. And so with
Right, and we have increased numbers of those.
we certainly do, especially as has been highlighted by our cannabis program, that there are a lot of persons just have a pump in the stream. We don't know what they're taking. And so we couldn't get that data for our modeling efforts on drought without the informational order tool.
Very important.
So I wanted to highlight that that's the difference, and so very important for us. You know, when we look at our complaints program, we're still continuing to receive complaints in with people saying, listen, I'm a valid water right diverter, I have a water right, and I'm not seeing the flow I expected. You know, we have them in daily over in our complaints program, you know, where we're always addressing and trying to take care of these issues. So the tool allows us to ask these parties to submit to us information both on their claimed water right and their diversions. And it really helps us to speed up our review work. So we love it for that reason. It speeds our review.
Helpful.
And I did want to say how we've used the tool also. So in our drought effort, we issued informational orders to the top 90% of the Delta watershed diverters. So that may have the senior rights, which is the pre-1914 and riparian right holders. And that was the source of data for the graphic which you see today. So that was from those diverters. And we've also used it in the context of complaints on the San Joaquin River below Friant Dam. We had a large-scale complaint in that region. And then a lot of our specific complaint cases. So it's been invaluable to us.
I move, do we have any?
Do we have any cards?
I move adoption of the resolution.
I'll second it.
Any other? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Great job over the past couple of years.
And every
Wish
month.
I could just give you 2 weeks off, but I can't.
You know, it's a dramatic graph. You know, you could spend a lot of time
Yeah, this
explaining
graph
it.
is easier, although the colors aren't as prettier as in the briefing. This one did it. All right, let's take, just because it's mid-morning, we'll take a 10-minute break and come back at well, the times are all wrong. One says, this says 10:34. No, none of them are right. Let's come back at 10:45 on the red screen. This room at least only has one red screen, so we can't have two red screens conflicting with each other like we do in the other room. All right. All right, I'm on, good. We're reconvening at 10:50. Item number 7.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I'm Jim Ponton. I'm a senior in the planning unit at the San Francisco Bay Water Board. I'm joined today by Jan O'Hara, the staff person for item 7, the beach pathogens team deal, and Marnie Ayalo, our attorney. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, turn on your.
I knew that didn't seem right.
Okay, I saw
And
a
then
little green
it's easier
reflection.
it's easier to pull it closer to you than to lean over.
All right. How am I? Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, so we're asking you to consider approving a resolution to amend the Region 2 Basin Plan, and the amendment would establish a bacteria TMDL for San Francisco Bay beaches. And I need the clicker. I think. The TMDL would address bacteria impairment at 7 beaches on San Francisco Bay, 5 in the city of San Francisco, 2 in the city of San Mateo, and there's 2 others in Marin County that were on the 303D list, but they have met the objectives for Enterococcus at this time, so they have no implementation requirements. The TMDL would require corrective actions in a phased approach, which first addresses controllable sources, such as sewer overflows and leaks, close to the beaches. Monitoring and microbial source testing may be done during this first phase to better define bacteria sources. After the first 5 years, if the TMDL targets are not met, the focus shifts to controllable sources in a wider radius from the beach, and additional monitoring must be done to further identify sources and direct implementation actions. We received one comment letter that requested adoption of the TMDL be delayed for 2 reasons. First, there are issues with using Enterococcus as a basis for a TMDL because it is not a direct indicator of illness, and other uncertainties are associated with it. Second, sources of bacteria are not fully characterized, and there may be uncontrollable or non-human sources that make the TMDL unattainable. So our response is, studies have shown and confirmed that there is a positive relationship between the presence of Enterococcus in water and the incidence of illness in swimmers. And secondly, there is evidence of human sources of bacteria in these water bodies, and the TMDL implementation plan allows time to characterize bacteria sources while taking steps to control the human sources. Copies of our response to comments are at the back of the room. There were no corrections or changes to the Basin Plan Amendment adopted by the Regional Water Board. And in summary, we recommend that you approve the Basin Plan Amendment and direct your staff to submit to the Office of Administrative Law and the U.S. EPA for their approvals. Thank you. I have more slides, or we're available to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you. I appreciated the briefing. Are there any questions that folks have? Do we have any cards?
So moved item for adoption?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it is approved, and thanks. I like the extra slides, and the briefing was very helpful, so thank you very much.
Good to see you. Thanks for adopting the TMDL on the water bodies that I did the 303D list for. Appreciate it.
I know, you're definitely our ringer. All right, let's move to item number 8. Nice to see you. It's always good to put faces on the voices. I know. If we didn't have a big agenda, I'd want to just ask them questions just to have a chat. But
Yeah, that's right. The Bay Area does have beaches where you can swim. It's
it does,
wonderful.
but it's so cold. I think this would all be a much bigger deal if we were in Southern California. But there are a lot of people who swim there, and all of those windsurfers. It's amazing, actually. Those hardy few.
Yep, and an increasing amount of stand-up paddle boarders, I'll note.
Right, that too.
My daughter's included in that.
Really?
Both of them.
Good. So you mean your daughters are indicator species now? That's really dedication to the cause. All right. So I'm just buying time for Phil to get his name tag over here.
We're here all day. Yeah.
Right.
All right, take it away.
Right. Good morning, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Ariana Villanueva, and I'm with the NPDES Wastewater Unit in the Division of Water Quality. Today, I will provide a brief background on the NPDES cost of compliance effort since the last update in July 2015. I'll present the checklist and guide that incorporate the Phase 1 plan products. I'll provide an update on the Phase 1 products that are not in the checklist, and then I'll go over the next steps of this effort. The State Water Board adopted the Cost of Compliance Resolution in September 2013, which examined cost of compliance with NPDES permits while also maintaining water quality. Division of Water Quality staff engaged stakeholders to identify cost-saving measures while protecting the environment. The work group consists of state and regional water board staff, US EPA, dischargers, and environmental groups. The resolution also directs regulatory programs to address cost of compliance, and the NPDES program is one of the first to conduct this effort. This slide provides a brief recap of this item, which I presented at the July 2015 State Water Board meeting. At the meeting, I provided the initial status of the NPDES cost of compliance efforts. I presented the short-term or Phase 1 recommendations. I updated the board on Phase 1 projects, and I discussed the next steps. Staff convened a work group to develop the products listed in the Phase 1 plan and developed a checklist that would contain these products.
Thank you very much.
The checklist prompts permit writers to consider the following cost of compliance measures when drafting permits. The first item is for permit writers to consider using collaborative monitoring opportunities, such as regional monitoring programs, using agency-based monitoring, and using other collaborative study efforts in lieu of individual discharger-performed monitoring. This item provides a list of regional monitoring programs and a list of agencies, such as the Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Geological Survey, that conduct monitoring that is surface water ambient monitoring program comparable throughout the state. And permit writers can refer to these lists. The second item prompts permit writers to consider reducing monitoring for specific constituents or parameters for entities that demonstrate a positive compliance history. This item provides a reference document that summarizes the regulations, policies, and state water board practices that establish minimum monitoring frequencies in NPDES permits. It also provides examples of existing permits that contain language that adjusts routine monitoring requirements based on consistent compliance. The third item is for permit writers to consider the use of surrogate or substitute monitoring where appropriate. This item provides examples of constituents to be used as substitutes and information that the discharger may provide to justify their use as a substitute. The next item prompts permit writers to evaluate reporting requirements and to consider options for data submission. The purpose of this item is for permit writers to evaluate the information gathered through special studies and reporting requirements and assess if the information has value for further regulatory actions to protect water quality. Documenting the report review process and the intended use of the report will address the common problem of required reports not being reviewed timely or not being used for subsequent actions to protect water quality. And finally, the checklist prompts permit writers to consider if the discharger is a small disadvantaged community. It provides information on how to confirm if the discharger is a small disadvantaged community, and it also provides information on water board programs that assist small disadvantaged communities. To assist permit writers in using the checklist, the work group also created a checklist guide. The guide provides details on each section of the checklist, and the guide lists each checklist item and provides the information on how to use each checklist item to assess potential measures to reduce costs of compliance. The checklist and guide provide links to the reference material developed in Phase 1. Now I would like to provide an update on other Phase 1 projects not incorporated into the checklist. Staff has updated the NPDES Administrative Procedures Manual, or APM for short. First, we wanted to dispel the idea that NPDES staff use a 1996 version of the APM, and staff last updated the APM in 2008, which we have been using since then. In 2008 and 2016, Regional Water Board staff provided their input to update the APM. And as part of the 2016 update, staff created an intranet and wiki page for the NPDES APM to make it a dynamic document that allows staff to regularly maintain the APM and provide easy access for permit writers. The APM is an internal document, but we can provide the APM upon request. This slide shows another product not listed in the checklist. Staff created the NPDES Wastewater Forum, which is an email group where a permit writer may pose a question to the group and get a response from other permit writers in the state. The forum will allow for discussion of consistency in dealing with issues not addressed by regulations, plans, and policies. The forum will also encourage permit writers to share experiences and gain knowledge in permitting challenges throughout the state. And finally, it will also promote rapport among permit writers. This slide also shows additional Phase 1 projects not in the checklist. Staff is developing stakeholder training in coordination with the Training Academy, US EPA, regional water boards, and stakeholders. This training will include NPDES permit writing basics, water effect ratios, mixing zones, translators, and other site-specific objectives. Staff is also coordinating with the Division of Water Quality's planning section in implementing a phased approach to TMDLs. The TMDL group submitted proposed draft Regional Water Board resolution language and proposed changes to the Impaired Waters Guidance to the Office of Chief Counsel for approval. The TMDL group recommends that regional water boards include language in the resolutions pointing out the type of TMDL. Now, I'll go over the next steps in the NPDES cost of compliance effort. Staff will continue to complete the remaining Phase 1 projects, and after this meeting, we will set up a schedule to convene the work group to develop the Phase 2 plan for long-term projects. When the Phase 2 plan is finalized, we will present the plan to you, and after your blessing, staff will implement the plan. And this concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
If you go back a couple slides to the Phase 1 projects, or no, go forward. There we go.
Oh,
There has been, recently, I think it was December, we had the item on the water effect ratio and site-specific objective from Los Angeles, and there was some controversy, but there was interest from especially the environmental side to know more about the details of and have some sort of guidance that they could rely on and hold permit writers accountable to. Would this type of training address those issues and also be available to people besides staff so that they can also receive similar training?
So the training that we mentioned, it will be available to members of the work group, and so which include environmental groups, dischargers, and regional water board staff.
That's good. This way everybody can be in the same conversation and understand what, because I know frequently, to me, having been a public person trying to enter the world of NPDES permits back in the 80s when I didn't have the benefit of this, it seemed impenetrable, and that you just do the best you can at picking out the piece you can understand. So this strikes me as a great idea. Because then those stakeholders can go to other trainings and potentially, is your question, will we do it more broadly? Yeah, cool. So at least everybody's understanding what it is everybody's looking at versus being in different ballparks entirely.
Yeah, and if John Bishop were here, because he's been involved in these conversations, he might chime in, and say, yeah, this is our, attempt to respond to those concerns.
Right, or you can ask your question, why do you do it that way, and why is that important to you? Because there's a universe of things that are important to permit writers that folks don't have any window on otherwise. I like that. Well, good. Let's go to the speakers. We have a couple of speaker cards. First, we have Adam Link from CASA.
Morning, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I first want to thank Phil, Ariana, and Diana for all of their work over the last few years in kind of keeping this process moving and getting it going. I started working on this back in the fall of 2013, and so between then and now, we've had several meetings with stakeholders, wastewater permittees, NPDES permittees, the regions, kind of refining proposals and getting things together. And I think this kind of represents a milestone or a key point, particularly the development of the checklist and its availability in this whole phase one resource alignment process. A lot of the specific items that are in there were mentioned about encouraging regional monitoring, looking at ways to reduce the cost of compliance while maintaining water quality standards. But I think those are just kind of the tangible or specific elements of a broader idea that is this resource alignment initiative, and that is to find ways to allocate limited resources in ways that make the most sense and to find ways of better accomplishing our water quality goals. And I think this was the way to do that, particularly the checklist method, because when we were originally submitting our proposals and looking for kind of broad rules and concepts, what we found was that things were very different region to region.
Right.
And so this checklist concept kind of points at where the rubber meets the road at the permitting process and allows folks to use these ideas and tools in individual permit situations where they make sense. So I think this is a really good approach. I think this is, like I said, an important milestone in this process, and I really appreciate all the efforts that they've been through and also your support as a board. And I look forward to participating in phase two of the process as it goes forward, and maybe having a check-in 6 months to a year from now where we have some success stories, at least from my members and our folks, about how it's been used in the permit process.
That would be great. As the story girl on the board, I would really like that.
A good story is always
I think in stories and real actual places. I'm not that good with graphs.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to staff again.
Thank you very much.
Before you leave, Adam, let me take a moment and thank you and Bobby Larson and CASA and all your members. If you'll recall, when we started this cost of compliance effort way back when, we actually formed, I think it was 4 or 5 stakeholder groups, including Ag, WDR, Stormwater, and the NPDES group was the group that I think invested the most effort in terms of coming back to the board and to staff with specific findings and recommendations, and then your continued work with staff on developing these tools. I think it's definitely a credit to staff, but also a credit to your organization and your members for rolling up the sleeves and helping us make these changes rather than just, criticize and complain. You actually roll up your sleeve and worked with us to develop these solutions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah, and I would like to thank you as well. And it's not a question, but just a comment as a seasoned NPDES permit author. I looked at the checklist and the guidance and felt that it was a fair and useful distillation of those discretionary type, elements that permit writers consider in all the permits. And I thought especially useful was links that you've put in the document so that the permit writer, the permit applicant can look at examples as they grow. So just giving you that lens, I think it's a good product, and the fact that it was jointly prepared gives it ever more strength. But as an objective observer with experience, I think it's a useful product and easy to understand.
Thank you very much. And I think, yeah, just adding on, I mean, the way it works is, I think that's entirely true. And the reason why it works for everybody is because it's not necessarily instructive. It just asks the questions and then allows us to kind of have that conversation at the permitting level. So thank you.
Great. Thanks. Next speaker is Michael Garabedian from Friends of the North Fork. Hi, Mr. Garabedian.
That's the American River, and I'm always pleased to be able to come here and learn. It's always important to be here whenever I can or to listen in, including to learn what's going on with COC. I have a question to start off with. The agenda indicates this is an informational item. The staff report asks for directive or board action, and which is it? We're hoping it is informational and not board action.
Informational,
Now
unless I've missed something. Yeah. I don't
No,
know.
it's informational. I think the issue is if there are specific concerns that the board members have that staff, as they continue to develop this tool, should address as they move forward. This is a
They're offering
forum
us the
for the
opportunity.
board members to indicate that.
It's not the only forum, but it is a forum.
Correct.
Right. Okay, great.
Right. Well, I got involved for Friends of the North Fork in this a couple years into it. I think it was after a meeting here when I learned about it, either from Mr. Oppenheimer or about the MPDS process that was mentioned a minute ago. And I'm really glad to be in that process. Highly informative, very worthwhile, never not worthwhile. At a first meeting, I explained our purpose for being there. It's about time. I think it's a good time because of this report to bring this up. The purpose was our concern that cost of compliance could interfere with public involvement in the NPDES process. And I mentioned several points about that and did a follow-up email too. And not since the 6th grade when Mrs. Johnson told me I couldn't talk about something, in terms where we told that we could not talk about the effects of cost of compliance on public involvement. It just was not on the agenda, not part of the direction from the board. So let's talk about an example of that in the first item in the checklist. That sort of makes the point, because everything that's being discussed needs to be discussed in terms of what is the potential impact on public involvement. And this first one, on page 3, under A1, it talks about the governing board checking with the entity for monitoring entity, and with, I think this is the one where the board member for that area. Is this that one? Right. The governing water board and the entity responsible for monitoring. Now, number 3 there should be something to let the public know about this so they can comment on it and understand that this is going on. Now, for the most part, things in here are going to be incorporated, are suggested to be incorporated in the blue sheets, in the findings and so forth.
Help me understand your point here. I'm trying to understand that all MPDS permits are going to go through a public process of the draft and all of that. The purpose of this, and this is aside from your first point that I'll get back to before we close, is so that the right conversation is happening in terms of the regions being consistent about the options that you could put on the table and trying to draft a permit. But generally in drafting a permit, the permit applicant and the staff are always talking about what's the nature of the facility, what's the update to whatever standards may have happened since the last MPDES permit, et cetera. And then all of it gets put out for public comment to the public. It's not a long conversation with tons of people in the room because you've got to come up with a draft in the first place. So help me understand the problem with
and that's the process explained for all of the rest of the points except the last one that I'll get to on the disadvantaged community.
Okay.
But yes, the other things, one would find out if they go in and look at the application, because some things have to be in the application and others are discussed as it moves along. This first one suggests a specific process there, and that's the kind of thing that should be discussed, if not by this COC, somewhere in the process, say, well, is there more that should, where the public should be notified that this decision is going on and have an input into that, not after the fact, once the draft permit comes out.
So you're asking for another process for input into the draft before the draft is even put out?
On that particular issue where it spells out a process, that's what I really think should be looked at. A really good example, because it's very specific as I read it. But really, the process should have involved from the beginning. It didn't. The board, at the time, this was in the various resolutions since then, did not suggest this be part of the process. Staff did not have any interest in listening to the issue, tried to explain why, because it was not the charge from the board. So to me, this is a great time for the board to consider this and say, okay, you should consider this now and not when it's all over later. And
just a question that I have. In current, forget this, under development of an NPDES permit today, Steve, you can chime in here too. Is there involvement of the public in when someone makes an application for a permit and an NPDES writer is assigned to that permit, is there a public process associated with that today?
The process I'm familiar with is keeping tabs on when a permit's coming up for renewal every 5 years.
Right.
And next time around, we will try to get involved even earlier, especially on issues staff met with us, like WER's last time and showed us the binder. So the notice comes out at some point. And like CEQA, that's kind of late to get involved in an NPDES process because it's so involved in putting it together. The main experience we had of this nature it was our second go-round on the Colfax NPDES in 2012. In that process, we learned that CASA, the Sacramento Valley so-called Clean Water Association, was receiving permits before they were given to the public. We understand that's part of SAC sanitation and CASA's effort to police the permits so that other plants don't have to do the same thing in pristine waters, but that's just kind of a guesswork, really. So we requested the same thing CASA was getting, and were told no, but then did get the draft permit before it came out to the public. So to answer your question, I think those are the processes I'm familiar with. But really, there's a need for timely public meetings in the community when it's asked for, and also for training the public. The training you're talking about, as I understood the discussion in COC, it would be open to anybody in the public, not just working group members, though there might be a space availability problem. I asked at one point for training. It was very valuable learning about seeing the manual and learning about processes.
Right.
I learned more in this process, even though I'd been involved in the North River sewer plant in Manhattan when they did their renewal, challenging their industrial retreatment program implementation. Which you may remember, I don't know, but so there's really the NPDES process, as I see it, is something where if the public isn't involved and informed about that, almost the entire rest of the whole Water Cologne Act and Clean Water Act and all of its programs really is it's hard for them to get involved without having some comprehension and being able to get involved in the NPDES process. So
yeah, really
important to figure out the training. And when we requested it early in the process, it was made clear that there wouldn't be a training for me. We'd have to get together a group of people to get NPDES program to come and talk to us, answer questions or explain things. So the training's important, but also, and not just meetings, public meetings, which I think we decided we have to call them ourselves if the regional board refuses, but the training and involving and finding good materials.
Yeah, I think what I would suggest is, obviously, I don't think we can delve into the he said, she said here, but we will follow up. I do think the issue of how to get public engagement in this is important. So, and I do think that's part of my earlier comment was, I do think this work on the training and the checklist are helpful in facilitating that kind of training so that, again, folks in the public, I'm thinking just from my early experience, have an idea of the context in which the permit writer is operating. So you have a basis for having a conversation which is going to lead to more successful engagement on the issues of greatest concern. So Diana, did you want to say something? I mean, what I
Yes,
want to do,
please.
since we're not going to be able to work it all out here, is to take what you said as a flag to look into it further and consider what we could do.
Yes, real quick. This is Diana Messina. Michael has a very good point. In the development of an NPDES permit at the regional board, there is an earlier stage before the public draft goes out for formal public comment, which is called the administrative draft. And that is a stage that regional board staff provides a draft permit to the discharger just to make sure all the facts are correct. Before that, it's basically a lot of calculations and so forth. That is...
No, there were mind-numbing meetings I was a part of once I had an NPDES permit.
So we can add a prompt in the checklist or where appropriate for a regional board to actually distribute a previous draft, an admin draft, to all interested parties on record. The regional board staff will depend on the interested parties to come forth on which permits or which facilities they have interest in. But I think we can provide something to address that.
So then there's a chance for that conversation where the public might get their questions answered, but also flag an issue that the permit writers ought to be considering that they might not have.
Correct.
And the focus of
good
this,
idea.
of letting the public or the discharger see the admin draft is mostly factual, checking the facts, making sure the facts are correct. Is that what that is? It's not opinion, it's fact, right?
Correct, it's fact. However, I'm painfully knowledgeable about the City of Colfax permit because I was at Region 5 when we were writing that permit. And so when we talk about facts, a lot of times the permit writer does not know the environmental group concerns about what's going on in the downstream waters. And so that's also fact, which should be incorporated in. So I just want to say we can easily incorporate some more public process encouragement into our cost of compliance checklist.
Yeah, and that's valuable. I'll put up just from experience that there's a different sensitivity in different permits. And I've worked in the whole range of super sensitive to fairly non-controversial. And so I just would give the cautionary note that we don't want a one-size-fits-all type recommendation here, that we want to empower the regional boards to use discretion on the specific circumstances of the NPDES permit in discussion. So a case like Colfax, as you've articulated, it would be useful to have more upfront and maybe even a standing forum.
Assumption or something.
Because as Mr. Garibaldi noted, it's a 5-year cycle. And so if there's a standing forum, then it makes perfect sense for an admin draft process, as you've discussed, to be embraced. But I would protect the admin draft process too, because that's where folks get a chance to make some mistakes and have them corrected without the super bright sunshine of misunderstanding and misinterpretation. So I would protect that process. That doesn't need to, it's in the end, it's all public and it's all available. But I think for
the two-faced.
Yeah,
and there's a way you can make that work.
There's a way you can do it with confidence and sunshine both. And so I just, I put those cautionary notes because you want to give permit writers some privacy as they deal with the basic first draft. Thank you.
All right, well, that was very helpful. We'll continue the conversation. Mr. Iserena.
Yes, Phil Iserena.
I'm watching the time just because I have a big item coming next.
I'll be quick. I just want to add that in the Division of Water Quality in the NPDES wastewater unit, when we're drafting permits for reissuance or a new permit, we always seek out stakeholders in the process. But most of the time, they don't come. And so only the people that show at the table become part of the work group that then drafts the permit. So there's that avenue for Mr. Garabedian to get involved in when a permit is being proposed for reissuance. When we're setting,
but there may be uneven outreach for people to even know that. That's why I like that you're going to make it more accessible.
Right.
I mean, really, it feels impenetrable to most folks, so that's not the first thing they get engaged in. Making it more accessible and clear is going to, you'll probably get more people interested because it'll seem like a conversation worth being in, and I appreciate the steps as well as the suggestion. And all permits are not alike.
Right.
There's a theory, there's the ideal, and then there's practice, which is not always perfect in reaching out to community groups, and we just have to acknowledge that and make it easier for permit writers and others to engage the public, which not everyone is comfortable with, but it's a heart of what we do. All right, thank you. That was very helpful, and we'll continue the conversation.
Quick response to
But do it quickly.
Weber, and then on my last point, please.
Quickly, because you're over time.
The value of getting an administrative permit early as possible to tell us what we need to work on. We learned, we learned each time through I&I, and then we thought we had pre-treatment, but it's, so yes, that lets us know what we have to get boned up. And we're also sure that we know that on WERs, which our involvement became too late in the process to really, we'll be early next time. We will start on that early, and I think the board will be pleased to have their staff meet with us. So the last point on disadvantaged communities, on August 1st, a letter was sent, an enforcement letter to Colfax with a determination that they had previously been determined to be a disadvantaged community. So I quickly sent a Public Records Act request. And there's been a back and forth between 3 or 4 people who I don't think know what the Public Records Act, I can tell that they know what the Public Records Act is. The problem there is that the determination was information from the census was used a couple years ago and not current information. And the city doesn't qualify right now, but they're anyway. I don't know when we'll get to the end of that process, but this is really should be carefully considered because these waivers prevent the state from getting legally mandated penalties, and also shield the people who are mismanaging the plant to somewhat. Oh, it's okay. They excused our penalty. We're not paying that much. Blah blah blah. So there's a real problem there about making that determination, and this says. They can contact, an office of the state board. Well, they aren't gonna. They're gonna. All the emails so far indicate they've decided, and they still haven't answered it as a Public Records Act request.
Let me just say that thank you for flagging it. That's appropriate to do here. We're not going to be able to resolve something particularly in an enforcement context, and so I'm just going to ask whoever, Dr. Buffleben is sitting there, or Mr. Laufer, can you make a follow-up? When you guys figure out who's going to follow up on the things Mr. Garabedian raised and then engage us in whatever way is appropriate or tell us how it's not. But it seems like there's plenty in there that might be appropriate. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much. No action, so. Item number 9. And then we do have a hard stop, I'll say, at 11:50, not 11:45. So we'll see how far we get. Looking at the crowd, we should get through it. Now, I will say at the outset that I plan to not impose a stress test for staff through this process because that's when I don't believe people would pass. So take it away.
Well, you
With
could
that
say
sensitivity.
that staff has been undergoing a stress test for the last 2 years.
I know, I believe that's true. I wasn't talking just about this item.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, board members, Max Gomberg with the Office of Research Planning and Performance. To my left, David Rose from Office of Chief Counsel. We're here to report on the stress test results in this latest iteration of the Emergency Conservation Regulation. So the board extended its Emergency Urban Water Conservation Regulation in May of this year. And this extension has some changes that we've discussed previously. It didn't change everything. Some of the prohibitions and end user requirements are still in there and indeed will be made permanent, and I'll get to that later, but that's been directed via executive order. The main change was a switch from a top-down state-mandated conservation standard to a self-certification approach based on a stress test for the 411 urban water suppliers. And 379 of them completed that test. The other 32 exercised their option to maintain their existing conservation standard from the board's March extension and modification of the emergency regulation. And we'll get into the details as we go through here. I should mention this current iteration of the emergency regulation is in effect through January 2017, and we've also been directed via executive order to be prepared to extend it and modify it further. So here's what went into the stress tests that were designed for the urban water suppliers. These were very conservative assumptions that were used. First, in terms of water supply conditions, they were based on the 3 water years, the winters prior to this one. So not this immediate past winter, but 2012-13, 13-14, and 14-15, which of course was that incredibly dry winter where we had the lowest snowpack in 500 years. So a really conservative set of supply conditions to be used in this stress test, along with a conservative demand projection based on 2013 and 2014 usage. So not counting the levels that dropped in 2015 due to this board's mandates.
Right, so not assuming that that level of conservation would continue in the absence of the mandate seemed prudent. And then just for framing purposes, this was a stress test not to say what we would do for 3 years. It is a stress test to inform us on what we did this year.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a 3-year look ahead, but the results are operative for the period between June and January. So the result of this analysis is either an ability to supply water after 3 additional dry years with no shortage. That's passing the stress test. Doesn't mean there's no need for continuing conservation. That's an important point.
I was totally wrong on the timing I was talking about. I was looking at the clock thinking something else. We will go until 12:20.
Yeah, and we should.
Sorry, I said that wrong for anyone who's listening. Yeah. Sorry, just so you don't get nervous.
So just to go back, for the stress test, the passing grade or the passing of the test, as it were, is being able to show that a supplier under these conservative and dry conditions would be able to continue having all the supply that their customers use in 2019 after 3 additional dry years. So that's passing the test. Passing the test, and this is important to emphasize, does not mean that there's no additional need for ongoing conservation.
Right, then, so passing the stress test and going to 0 after 3 years would be the height of irresponsibility. It was just a conservative test so we could decide what to do this year.
Well, and it was a conservative test so that the suppliers could decide what to do. This was really a supplier information gathering exercise. Not one not one meant just for us. It was really for them and for their stakeholders.
Right, and for their customers. It's about transparency in terms of where does the water come from, how reliable is it, what can we expect in the future, what investments have been made to increase that reliability. So we're actually going to be posting all of the results of these stress tests on our website shortly, and everyone can look through them. There's a lot of data and analysis there. Also, I should mention the last bullet here. This was a new addition as part of creating these stress tests. Lots of these urban water suppliers get water from a wholesaler. So that could be a metropolitan water district or one of its wholesale member agencies, a Santa Clara Valley Water District. There are actually about 50 wholesale agencies around the state. So those agencies were required to document their analyses and conclusions about how much water they would have available so that these urban water suppliers could then use that information in their entire calculus.
And particularly in terms of wholesalers that are taking water from wholesalers that are taking water from this essentially the same source. So if for example, Metropolitan is bringing in water from Northern California through the state project, but other wholesalers are also bringing in water from the state project. Should the wholesaler have looked at the potential of double counting, if you will?
Well, the wholesalers had to document what their assumptions were, and we put forth, as part of the stress test, the supply assumptions, right? That the hydrologic conditions would be similar or equal to what they were in those prior 3 years. So what most of the wholesalers did is they said, well, this is how much water we got from the state project or from the Colorado River in those years, and then projected forward.
How did they factor in the fact that, for example, compared to those 3 years, or by the end of those 3 years, the state water project was, because of last year, was in better shape, so your starting point is closer to or better than where it was, but the Colorado is potentially worse.
Yeah. So Metropolitan did factor that in their analysis, and looking at where the level of the state project was. I think that the Colorado situation is a little more complex,
Yeah.
And we're still looking at that.
Yeah, I don't have a brilliant idea there.
So this is just a screenshot of one of the tables that the suppliers had to fill out as part of completing this stress test. And so you see, what's the water that comes from a wholesaler, surface water, groundwater, any other water that they have available, and putting in all the numbers. Now, the key to these stress tests was not only to fill out these tables, but also to provide supporting documentation and analysis to support the numbers and the calculations in these tables, which is where we ran into trouble with a few suppliers, which I'll get to in a minute. In addition to this, for many suppliers that rely on groundwater, we had a whole separate groundwater sheet where they told us about groundwater levels, how much they expected to be able to pump, what would happen to the basin as drought continued.
Was there also or did they document where they were doing some desalination of groundwater, like brackish groundwater?
Yeah, so they were supposed to put that in. There's an other category there where those that are doing brackish desal could fill that in. So here's what we got in terms of submissions. We had 48 wholesalers provide their information, and the regulation required them to post it on their website, so that is available. And then we aggregated all of those websites in a list, and that's the link that's listed up there under that first bullet. As I mentioned, not all of the 411 submitted stress tests. They had the option to maintain their pre-existing conservation standard, but as you can see, the vast majority did. The board also gave suppliers the option to aggregate in sort of regional clusters and have a regional agency perform a regional assessment, self-certification and stress test. And so there were 2 that elected to do that. Those individual suppliers, both in San Diego County and for the Water Facilities Authority, still had to submit individual data, but they were judged on what the regional supply reliability figure would be rather than their own individual supply reliability figure.
I've never, who is the Water Facilities Authority? Is that the same thing as Inland Empire Utilities Agency?
I'm not exactly sure what the relationship is between the two, but it's the same region. So it took staff some time to go through these, not only because there was a large volume of information, but because in some cases the information that was supplied was inadequate or incomplete. And so what we did is we did a lot of informal follow-up calls, emails to talk to the suppliers, figure out whether it was just an issue of it wasn't clear in their narrative what they were talking about in terms of groundwater supply, surface water supply, what have you, or whether there was missing information that needed to be provided, whether they simply didn't understand the instructions or chose to ignore the instructions for the stress tests in a few cases. So it did take us some time. These were due June 22nd. We're now in mid-August releasing these, and it has been a process to try to get the most up-to-date and accurate information, because that's what's important here, is having transparent, complete information that is intelligible and understandable for anyone who might read it, not just staff and people who are water wonks. So,
well, plus putting out information that may have been confusing does no one a service, because then everybody's spending their precious life force chasing off on things that aren't necessarily correct. So
right.
That was thoughtful of you.
So, we've done a lot of that. You'll note on the bottom bullet there, we have issued 9 formal information orders to suppliers where up until now we simply haven't been able to get complete and full and easy to understand information. So those suppliers now will have a formal order saying exactly what they need to do to complete this test, and there, of course, are consequences for failing to do that. And if you have specific questions about those, I believe Dr. Boufleben is still here, and he can speak to those. I do want to mention, however, that many suppliers did a really stellar job with this exercise and submitted, well-documented analysis, easy to follow, and really it's a service to their customers and a testament to them that they did a good job with this exercise. So I do want to acknowledge that. There's a long list of suppliers who did that, so I'm not going to go through, but one I'll single out because we've hammered on them a little bit in the past. The City of Beverly Hills did a really good job with this analysis, along with many others.
Now, are you sharing what you're finding with the CPUC? The water, particularly, for the water agencies that they oversee?
Yeah, so for the investor-owned utilities, with a couple of them, we did have some back and forth, and we are keeping the CPUC sort of up to date on where things are. But none of these 9 information orders are to a CPUC regulated entity.
And on those, and you mentioned consequences, I mean, I presume there's a time schedule to provide the information, and the consequence becomes reversion to the existing standard from the March regulation, and any other consequence?
Well, the consequence of not responding to an information order could also include monetary penalties. Right, but the consequence for not providing the information that was required by the regulation is reversion to the prior conservation standard.
And evaluation of compliance there too.
Indeed. So to give some examples, to get a little more in detail about what has taken us from the end of June until now to get through this, right, where we really did have to follow up because the information just wasn't good enough. You see some examples up there, right, where, in order for an agency that is heavily reliant on groundwater to say that the groundwater is going to be there and they're going to be able to pump it, they've got to be able to tell us, well, we've got this many wells, they're at this depth, this is their capacity to pump, and we expect the groundwater level to not drop below that. And there may be other people pumping water out of that groundwater basin, and you've got to say something about the fact that they're pumping too, and ensure that that particular water agency will be able to extract its water while everyone else is doing the same. So we did have to do significant follow-up there.
You're also looking at the hydrology, the 2013 to 2015 hydrology, and overlaying that in terms of what kind of replenishment would be in that basin.
Yeah. And so, of course,
Because it could be a lot and others not so much, yeah.
yeah. And of course, some basins are adjudicated. There's a lot more information that's been tracked about, sort of inflows and outflows. Others aren't. And so that proved more of a challenge. But we did, ultimately, besides the 9 information orders, get to what we determined was, sufficient information on groundwater through this informal follow-up. In addition, we had examples, as are noted up there, where, we got a spreadsheet with a lot of numbers and no text to support those numbers. Or we got, a reference to someone's urban water management plan, and when we specifically asked for, specific citations that anyone could follow. So we had a significant amount of follow-up with a number of suppliers and due to these types of issues. So what you're seeing here is a pie chart with the 411 suppliers broken up into 3 main categories. Those that passed their stress test, that's the 343, big chunk. Those that are retaining their current standards, that's the purple, the dark purple, and then that middle 36, which is broken out, those are the ones that self-certified through this stress test that they would indeed have a shortage after 3 additional dry years, and you can see then the breakout of those 36, what the level of shortage would be. The regulation requires that the conservation standard between now and January be set equal to the level of shortage. So for those 36, what you're seeing is that 3 of them, for example, determined that they would have a shortage of over 20% in 2019. So their conservation level is going to be over 20%, and then on down the list.
So for people watching this, looking at the data is just going to be very interesting because you're going to see the choices that folks made and what they're relying on, and it'll provide for a more transparent conversation. But this is, just to be clear, I may make you say this 400 times, because there was so much understandable misunderstanding as some of the agencies certified, and we talked about it a bit when we did the rollout. To be self-certified at 0 just means a 0 state-mandated number. It doesn't mean you should be shooting for 0 conservation or that they are, because we know from many of them in the little box that we provided, and I wish more of them had filled that out in more depth, that a lot of agencies are saying, hey, we've got enough to meet your test, but we're going to keep conserving.
Yeah. And that's the responsible thing to do. That's the local leadership that we're looking for. And I'll actually get to a slide a little further on showing that there were a large number of agencies that are still going to have a local, some type of continued restrictions or target for conservation.
Right. So the bottom line is 0 does not mean 0.
Right.
Well, and I'd like to add on that point, 0 does mean you can't exceed your 2013 water production.
Oh, right.
That's right. The 2013 is baseline. So 0 means
It does mean 0 in some context.
Yeah, and actually it is a standard that there should not be backsliding in this state during this drought from 2013 levels of water production, and so that's enforceable. And I think, and you can comment on that. But then I'd like to hear your comment on that. But also just looking at this pie, this is important. I remember when we were asking about trying to get folks to do their crystal ball in May, and in April during the workshop, what is this going to look like if we go through this process? And we were saying, and my question to Fiona Sanchez was, are we talking about 1/4 of the agencies that would still have a standard? And that's what the answer is a little less than 1/4.
That's interesting.
That was the type of, this is the answer to that question that I posed during the April workshop. So it's very interesting to see that come out, but also built within that is, as the chair has articulated over and over again, the investments that local supply agencies have made to create resilience in a state that is characterized by water supply variability and drought is shown in this slide. That those investments have made it possible for 3/4 of the agencies to be prepared to deal with a 3-year drought. And so it doesn't, and you'll move on to the voluntary needs because the drought could go more than 3 years, and that's what you'll now discuss. But anyway, with respect to enforceability of 0%, does Mr. Rose have any comments?
Yes, I think you hit the nail on the head that every water supplier of the 411 does have a mandatory conservation standard. For many of them that chose to do the self-certification and worked through their numbers and identified, in some cases, a surplus of water. The floor is, of course, 0, and so when anybody identified either that they would have exactly the right amount of water or more water than they needed under the assumptions that the regulation requires and any other appropriate assumptions that they made for themselves, I think that that's worth noting that some suppliers may have made more conservative assumptions than the regulation required based on their own knowledge of their conditions, and that may explain how some of these suppliers chose to end up with positive self-certified conservation standards above 0 when they may have otherwise been able to attain a 0% conservation standard under the stress test. But everybody has a mandatory conservation standard. The regulation says that the conservation standard shall be set as this number. And so
the state mandated conservation standard.
The state mandated conservation
because that
standard.
misleads people into thinking we're saying this is what you ought to do. We're not saying that. We're saying this is the least you can do.
Correct. This is the least you can do, is the floor for your conservation for some of these suppliers is their 2013 levels, which is what a 0% conservation standard means. By necessity, it's not conservation if the regulation tells you you have plenty of water, so go ahead and use more than you used in 2013.
Right. Yeah, we're definitely not saying
We've
that.
been encouraging folks to use less, but with the transition to this stress test approach that we allowed all the suppliers to use, we're not telling them that they had to use less. We are encouraging them to. I hope that clears that up. If there's
Yeah,
any
I may
confusion.
just distract half the world, but yeah, it's true. It happens to be true, so
yes.
Important to explain.
Okay. And I think it bears noting apropos this discussion, the context here for really why we're continuing to ask for conservation. You get a drought update every meeting. The impacts are still severe. I was listening just this morning about the latest in a series of devastating fires in the Clear Lake area that's going on right now. We've got fires going on up and down the state, tremendous impacts. And so it is a testament, as you say, Board Member Moore, to the fact that these urban water suppliers have prepared and invested, but overall, we're still reeling as a state from the impacts of drought, and the water that we conserve in our urban areas is a bulwark against further impacts. So it really is still critical to conserve, even though the state is no longer mandating specific targets.
Right. And small rural communities are still in desperate need, and we're still delivering water in bottles and tankers and drilling wells and running pipes. So it's definitely not over, but these folks, it'd be interesting as we take it apart and really look at that. A lot of them are ones who have invested, and there are some who just their hydrology is so different by the nature of where it rained and snowed last year and what size their local surface storage is. So that's a piece of it too. Okay, let's move.
So what you're looking at here, there are three different things on this chart. On the bar chart, you've got by hydrologic region, the number of suppliers that have a conservation standard of 0, i.e. they passed their stress tests, and then on top of that dark blue, you've got the orange of the ones that have a standard above 0. Now, of course, this doesn't add up to 411 because we've got the 31 that are maintaining their prior
just keep it
standard.
Right.
Yeah. And then the blue line with the numbers is the population in each region that is in a supplier service area with a shortage, with an ongoing conservation standard above 0.
So this means some of the orange and the purple are the number of agencies. So it means that some of the people in the relatively little orange bars are big agencies.
Yes, and in fact, I was going to draw your attention to San Francisco Bay, where you see there are only 5 agencies that will have a shortage and need to have an ongoing standard. One of those agencies is the San Jose Water Company, which serves over 1 million people. Hence why the San Francisco Bay region has the highest number on there.
The state's 3rd biggest city.
Right. And at the San Francisco Bay Area, many of those agencies have exceeded whatever targets we gave them consistently and voluntarily throughout. So there's a very mixed picture all over the state. It's so hard to reduce it to bar charts. You guys do a great job of trying to illustrate it, but actually there are 411 stories in the city, no, in the state.
Yeah.
And those stories change over time, as you noted. So these charts don't include the compliance that was already attained under the demand-based approach that preceded this one.
That's a good point. Okay.
So we talked a little just a minute ago about those agencies that are stepping up and still keeping something voluntary or local in place. So what you're seeing here again is by hydrologic region. The dark purple bar is the number of suppliers by region that passed their stress test, and then the lighter smaller bar is of those agencies, how many are keeping some voluntary or local-based standard or target in place.
So you could actually discern this from them filling out the box.
Yeah.
And there's probably more that didn't fill out the box, I hope.
Yeah, and of course, filling out the box doesn't, some of them added the detail of what that would be, and others just said, we have something. So there's, in some instances, there's more detail than in others.
Yeah, and you can see you've tried to indicate what slice of the pie of the 0% standard agencies have the voluntary here with those thin black lines.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So here's the summary of sort of where things stand, and like you said, Board Member Moore, it's actually over 80%. Of the total.
1 in 5 instead of 1 in 4.
1 in 5, yeah. Which again is a testament to good planning. Shows that still there's 1 in 5 where we've got a shortage if we have ongoing drought, and that's important to note too.
I have to say, however, that I'm a little disappointed that you had to work so hard to assess the stress test, because the point here in when I voted, the point was that local agencies were going to be responsible and we gave them information as to what they might look at to fairly evaluate where they were and are and would be, under similar conditions in the future. And it shouldn't have caused you to have to work so hard to be under such stress. So I just personally, I find it that's a cautionary approach, a cautionary response to what you've presented. For those who did great. I'm just sorry that everyone didn't do great.
Well, and now the material will be up. I mean, you just made sure it was clear, and now the public can look, and everyone will, hopefully, it gets validated through folks who are on the ground and know. I suspect it will, and then in the cases where it won't, we'll look into it.
That's actually a good point. What do you expect from stakeholders at the local level who look at this information, or the media, or whoever looks at this information? What do you think they will be able to do with it?
Well, I hope if they have questions about it, it'll lead to engagement and dialogue with these water suppliers. And that will in turn lead to a better understanding of what's actually gone into these tests. And if there's something that needs to be corrected, that it gets corrected. And of course, we will look at any allegations of erroneous information as well. But that really, part of the reason we did work so hard on this is so that the people who are now looking at it, all the stakeholders, whether they're part of the media or members of the public, NGOs, whomever, have information to work with that is as complete and well documented as possible.
Right, because you said very well, the goal is to continue an ongoing conversation about what it takes to be resilient, which is a combination of efficiency and preparedness and investment. And we heard time over time about the investments that many communities had made, and having that conversation with their customers is important for having customers understand where their rate money has gone and where the need for more of it may be in the future. So having that more transparent conversation is a big piece of our goal to provide productive conversation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it is highly unfortunate, I think in our view, Vice Chair Spivey-Weber, that we did get to this point and we still had to issue 9 orders where we were unable to get what we needed up until now.
But one thing I wanted to add to Max's point is that this is something that the suppliers had not previously been required to do
also
in this exact way. So certainly the suppliers, and you heard this when you adopted the regulation, already do urban water management plans and water shortage contingency plans. And giving the benefit of the doubt, I think possibly this was more difficult because it looked like something they do, but is based on entirely different assumptions and had a quick turnaround time. But I'm only saying that not to disagree in any way with your disappointment. I share it. But to move into what we're trying to do, and Max will get to this later, about the long-term requirements that the board or the board with DWR will be working on, and so that hopefully nobody will have to be doing something new on a short turnaround time to get us this type of information. But really, most of the suppliers did a great job, and many of them did an exceptional job giving us really clear analyses.
Great. All right.
So with that segue, thank you, David, here's sort of where we go from here. We're going to watch the conservation levels. We'll be reporting back to you on the July numbers in a couple of weeks. And if those numbers drop significantly, that'll be cause for concern. But we'll see what the numbers tell us. As David mentioned, the other big project we're working on is long-term water conservation and efficiency actions as directed by the governor in his May 9 executive order, and that covers a number of areas: long-term efficiency standards, better drought planning, more work to reduce water waste, more efficiency in the ag sector, a wide range of actions. We actually held our first stakeholder meeting with the Urban Advisory Group for implementing this executive order yesterday. Vice Chair Spivey-Weber was in attendance, as well as a number of staff. It's a joint effort between the board and DWR and some other state agencies, and that'll go on through the end of the year with a report out by January 10th. One of the directives to the board is also to make permanent the water waste prohibitions that are currently in effect under emergency order. So that's that list.
And reporting, right?
And reporting, right, and permanent reporting of water use levels and some other key data. So there will be rulemaking process sort of underway at some point in the near future here. We're looking at sort of spring of next year to do that or to complete that. And then, of course, we're also directed to be prepared to come back, if need be, in January with something stronger than this approach. So that will depend on what the winter conditions are like and how well the conservation levels keep up.
Now, you're talking about the emergency extending the emergency regulations in December, okay, or in December, January.
January.
Probably December, yeah.
Well, probably they would need to be extended to go into effect in February, so we would have to be sort of moving that, yeah.
Right.
Be continued.
Yeah, that puts us in that funny place again, where what is the hydrology, in early December? It's an early picture.
Right. So we need to be prepared, and then we can figure out when to. The directive is to be prepared by January.
That is the directive, and of course, by statute, these emergency regulations have to be renewed every 270 days.
That's
so
for February.
That's
So
the
we just have to figure it out the way we did last time.
Right.
Okay. I'm assuming we have some speaker cards. I want to move to that.
Yeah, while you're doing that, one of the benchmarks, and it was mentioned here, that we've achieved together is better data reporting, consistent data reporting on water use in our state. With this water supply information that's been submitted, what's your early conclusion, preliminary conclusion about the usefulness of putting all this into one location? Have we added value? And will this be a source of data that third parties and other practitioners will really benefit from, as they have with the reporting data?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for that great work. I noticed some people in for our next item. It was noted to begin before 1, but it won't begin before 1:30 or so. We have something we have to do between 12:30 and 1:30. I just want to let you know. First speaker, Mr. David Boland from the Association of California Water Agencies, followed by Nizar Cosmo from We Are Water. Hello, sir. Thank you. SaveOurWater.com. Still lives.
SaveOurWater.com. I noticed a cool little logo with a tree.
And save our
trees.
Yeah.
That's important. Save those trees.
Yep. Thank you, Dave.
Luckily, they got a little bit of a drink in some parts of the state, and some are being removed, as we know, in many parts of the urban tree canopy statewide because they have died. A lot of rural and of course, kind of watershed trees struggling by the drought. So, of course, the subtext message there being that we're still in the drought, and we know it. What I guess I'd like to underscore is the fact that the numbers are showing that there are a lot of stories out there, and that water agencies in general have put their numbers where their assertions were in terms of their preparation. They've shown by way of these conservative assumptions and the analysis that they have been planning for and are able to address potentially extended, circumstances here that are going to be a challenge, could be a challenge, I guess, going forward. And the fact that there's a significant number of agencies that we know about statewide that are continuing to stay the course in terms of local conservation commitments that they've been making on terms of percentages, watering exclusions in certain days, and continuing to message strongly on the Save Our Water as well as our own local programs about the importance of conservation as a bulwark for continued water management commitments that we're making statewide. I guess I'm encouraged, frankly. We do have a program startup here, and a program startup, a new program always takes a little bit of effort. And I guess in defense of the critique that we just received about the disappointment, I guess the glass half full side is that it's encouraging that so many water agencies were able to comply with rules that were kind of made up to essentially take an idea that we had already been working on, urban water management planning, and convert it into a regulatory program. We appreciate the staff's effort and patience working with the individual agencies in terms of how the data gets submitted and the level of adequacy of support for that information. We appreciate the fact that it is transparent, but this is not something new. In fact, water management planning has been a public process and continues to be a public process. So we've taken these urban water management plans, many of them with embedded tables and content that has supported water management decisions for years now, and we've converted it into I guess you call it a window into the water management world, which is available to the public, to the ratepayers, to NGOs, and to anybody else who's interested in observing what's going on. And the great thing about some of the graphics that I'll have to compliment staff for putting these graphics together is it tells this extremely complex story, which, as you remember, 2 years ago and even earlier, part of our premise as representative, public water agencies statewide, is that we have a lot of stories out there, different parts of the state with different kinds of supply conditions, different kinds of experiences with drought, different kinds of resources, different kinds of cultures and focus in terms of the mix, I guess, of commitments that we've been making to water management around the state, and the balance between conservation messaging as well as supply messaging, and the idea that the wholesalers having a role with the retailers, and just all the complexity that is difficult to get a handle on. But frankly, I think we've got a tool now that's helping us to indicate the fact that we're making it work. And so we appreciate again, the efforts. We're looking forward again to the numbers, just like everybody else is on a monthly basis. We do know the fact that this is not a monthly project, and that in fact, and I appreciate Board Member Moore's comment about the idea of renewing the order at another awkward time, and the fact that it'll be early in the winter. We won't know whether we have a dry winter or a wet winter. But in fact, we have a tool here that maybe bear a lot of scrutiny for continuing on with any measures that are necessary in 2017. And then, as the staff has pointed out, we're beginning work as an industry with the investor owns as well as the publics, and with the different agencies of state government on essentially taking a commitment to long-term water management planning that has been in place, and adding some belts and suspenders, I guess, to that process. And so we'll continue to work cooperatively with the state government to make sure that the public is well served by our water management efforts.
That's great, Dave. Thank you. And it also, hopefully, it makes it more accessible to the public, which is, there is a great story to be told. So you all have done a good job of amassing those stories at different times during the drought. And it's one of those things where, again, in the limit, we put a box.
Yeah.
And so we're doing our best. So are you planning to do another update on some of the things people are doing even with the zero, and to help? I saw some of the stuff that you and Tim put out to say zero could be a good story.
Right.
We still need the zero doesn't mean zero, because folks are doing a lot more than zero anecdotally.
Yes, actually, you're touching on a couple of different points. I appreciate your helping me unpack those. One is that we have, as an association, been working to try to frame the story as zero doesn't mean zero. And the fact that there are these long-term commitments, there's a lot more to this than just whether or not there's a big number, a little number, or frankly, the bucket and how full the bucket is. So,
right.
So we want to talk about that story in a broader context, and we know water agencies are encouraging them to talk to their local media outlets and their public in a real assertive sort of way to communicate their story as to what's going on locally, because in fact there is this complexity. So they're taking the initiative. And then the other thing is that we've put together some material, which I brought an example of last 2 weeks ago, and I'll bring again in a couple of weeks the renewed version of that. It's on our website. It's periodically updated, and it's basically a handout kind of with glossy content in terms of water agencies that we're putting in the shop window, that they're willing to give us good information about their programming, and we're driving folks to their website so they can get more information about their programs. And so we've got a lot of great stories out there. As was pointed out, a lot of agencies have voluntarily been continuing on with numbers and all kinds of provisions for managing forward on drought planning. So yes, we have resources at acwa.com. And then again, there's always lots of resources for homeowners and managers, property managers, and other water consumers at saveourwater.com.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Boland, can you comment? I mean, it's early in the game, but part of the hope of working cooperatively and developing this new approach was to change the climate, if you will, a little bit at the local level, and the appetite, to increase the appetite for investments in more holistic and integrated water projects like stormwater capture and recycled water. Do you think, taking the temperature on working with your membership, do you think the appetite has increased at all thanks to some of the consideration that we've provided?
Well, I have to be very diplomatic if I can with you on this, on response to this. I think there's been a commitment on the part of this industry statewide, both the investor owned as well as the public agencies, in a comprehensive approach to water management that involves not just demand reduction and conservation requirements, but supply and reliability commitments that we've been making statewide with significant investment, and funding from the state. A lot of the propositions and bond money have been used. We got lots of recycled water. We're looking at desalination. You mentioned it yourself. Groundwater management. There's a huge story to tell in terms of SGMA and implementing groundwater management statewide. So the short story is, we want to tell that story. It's not all about just a response to drought in the last few years. And in fact, the drought has been an opportunity for us to kind of tell a story that has been out there for a long time. And in fact, the Governor's Water Action Plan does include a number of measures. Making conservation a way of life, of course, is the number one item on there. But we always like to point out the fact that number one doesn't mean you have to just keep working on that until you get it right and then go to number two. And in fact, we're going to do all of them. We're doing all of the above, and we've been doing all of the above. And the Aqua and its members are committed to implementing that California Water Action Plan. We even have our own version of that as an association. And so,
right, yours came
we're
first.
working on stormwater capture, and we're working on all kinds of other ways to manage water more wisely statewide.
Yeah, action number 2. Yeah,
Thank you very much. That was helpful. Next, we have Nizar Cosmo from We Are Water. Hi, Mr. Cosmo. Thank you.
And appreciate to receive and allow this unusual comments, informational comments. And we will start that today's energy is ocean energy. And we appreciate all of you, and what I appreciate all of you, what you committed. Because when you committed for water and technology of the water. Because water is the highest technology. It's a planetarian technology, as we all need to know. And also what we need to know is that this is priority. This is a state priority. Conservation. What conservation? It's not to take from the source, from the underground. Minimize and to have a more stronger as soon as possible. Very good regarding permanent water waste prohibition. Very good. We're looking forward. We want to encourage all of you to have this as soon as possible, not to wait, because we don't have to wait. This is a state priority. This is a memory of the planet. This is a technology of the planet. When we're talking about this, we're talking about increasing a DNA of the water, a memory of the water. This is a little bit unusual comment, but this is a region of, maybe you don't know, how you believe, how you don't believe. I will tell you, this Lemurian energy still exists. Because now it's ocean energy here. So also, lawns, to prohibit at all. No watering the lawns. We don't need to water the lawns. This is entertainment. To consider this more and have violations, strong violations. And also to create a develop monitoring division. That division can go everywhere in the state and monitor water usage. Because it's still wasting. This June, I'm personally have like over 150 in Sacramento. Right now we'll relocate it to Bay Area, and over there water better, but still even in City Hall of Foster City, water wasting. I'm sure it's fresh water, it's from underground. So again, minimize usage of that underground water because this is a one source. This is the one source. We cannot take anything from the source. Yes, excuse me, a little bit like strong, but this is what it is. It's the water. It's not a technology, Silicon Valley or some other technology. No, this is a technology. This is a planet. This is a water planet. We have to appreciate more. We appreciate more. We increase the consciousness, and we have more to everyone. The fires, it's a result. It's already a fact. Because planet doing its own, water, planet doing on its own. This is going on year by year. We have to, it will have to be good strategy. We have to have the strategy going on and going on because no one who is here, who is concerned. So we have to have more awareness to everyone, more, keep awareness, because how else? So we're looking forward to this paramount water waste prohibition and paramount prohibition of watering the lawns. If someone wants to play golf, someone to see and have a beauty, they can have alternative way to have a grass, alternative plants, but not to watering, because how we can watering take from the source, for then again you cut, you use a labor to cut the grass, then you use again source, you watering, maybe have a technology to develop the grass doesn't grow too far. Maybe to investing for this. How much water we wasting all the time, every day? I don't have the numbers. Prohibition, please, no lawns. This is entertainment. More for the orchards, more for the food, more for the drinking supply, and deliver to people who doesn't have. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the reminders, as always. All right, we will now break until 1:45, if you'll bear with us. You can have a nice lunch and we can get something done we have to do and maybe even eat something. Thank you. See you at 1:45.
Testing. Check, check. 1, 2, check. Check, check. Test, test. Okay, this is working.
All right, we are back. It is 1:50, and we are back for item number 10. Hi all, there you are. Hello. Welcome. We're starting.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, members of the board. I'm Matt McCarthy from the Division of Water Rights. To my right, I have Bruce Wilcox, the Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea Policy from the California Natural Resources Agency. To my left, I have Nathan Weaver from the State Water Board's Office of Chief Counsel. Today, Mr. Wilcox is going to return to the State Board to give an update on the status of the Salton Sea Management Program. And just a note for members of the audience, as this is an informational item and not a workshop, to speak, we need to complete a blue card and give it to the clerk to my right. So with that, I'll pass it off to Mr. Wilcox.
Good afternoon.
Can I, before you start, Mr. Wilcox, Secretary Wilcox, Deputy Secretary Wilcox.
Or Bruce.
Or Bruce. I know. Deputy Secretary Bruce. We do plan a full-on workshop in around November, we're looking at, you told me?
Correct, yes.
Okay, good. So we will. Good.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to come and update you on the Salton Sea Management Program. I'll go through a few slides and kind of tell you where we're at, talk to you a little bit about what we've accomplished so far and the partners that we are working with. So a couple of things I wanted to cover today are the monitoring program at the lake, outreach, funding allocations in the team, the overall program schedule, and then delve into the phase one schedule a little bit more. And I'll start with the monitoring program at the lake. In the last few weeks, we've heard seen a lot of newspaper stories and a lot of other issues about the salinity at the Salton Sea. The salinity is about 58.3% as measured by Bureau of Reclamation, corrected for saltwater density. That's very close to the 60% that we've been projecting to happen, that IAD projected in the QSA to happen sometime around 2017 or 2018. So while it's a little early, it's well within the error of the model. The other thing that we've discovered in the last few weeks, at least ancillary evidence that would suggest that the reproduction of the tilapia has reduced, and that some of the bird life is being reduced because of lack of forage. None of that is absolute. We don't have all that much data. But one of the things that's come out of that is a concern for why we don't have much data or additional data and how we can move forward with that data. One of the things that was decided a few years ago was that because the model said 60 parts per thousand in about 2018 to lose the reproduction of the tilapia fishery, we scaled back on monitoring. That's a budgetary issue to some extent, but it cost a lot of money to go out and do that trapping and monitoring. We've always had the plan moving forward as we start to build habitat to start a new monitoring program so we can move forward and kind of track the habitat we're building against the sea as we move forward. It's been our position, and I think a reasonable position, to say that we were pretty confident in that 60 parts, and there isn't a lot of information or a lot to be gained by monitoring up to that 60 parts. And as I said before, it's expensive and it's time consuming. So we've tried to concentrate on putting habitat to sea as soon as we possibly can. We'll talk about that schedule in a couple of minutes. And right now we're in the process of trying to decide how to develop a monitoring program moving forward. So the concerns at the sea are real, and I understand completely. I know a lot of the folks that have been raising those concerns. They're absolutely honest, decent folks who have got reasonable concerns, but I think overall we're not surprised that we're starting to see that sort of stuff. And then I also want to talk.
Who will you be working with to establish the new monitoring program?
Well, a lot of the monitoring program has, at least in part, been developed already by DFW and by DWR. Some of the DWR folks are here today, and by USGS Science Office. So we have an overall monitoring program outlined. You had to do that for the CEQA and the other permits, and then we've got some more information beyond that we plan to collect. Now we're looking at the details of it, and quite frankly, how are we going to move forward with a relatively extensive monitoring program and still try to keep concentrating on the habitat and building the habitat. So one of the things that we are probably looking at is the potential for the federal government, USGS, Reclamation, someone else, to perhaps help either with equipment and personnel or with funding for those monitoring programs. So just to finish out the rest of what's going to be on this presentation, we'll look at the overall program schedule, and we'll look at the phase one schedule in a little more detail. Oops. So this.
Yeah.
So I kind of wanted to equate the phase one, the 2016 to 2021, to the other phases to the extent we could, so you get some kind of idea where we think we're going. Phase one will be a lot of the Salton Sea restoration renewable energy planning that IID has done. We need to review that. We just got that this week, I think. So we'll do some review on that and start on the design. We're working with IID on some other issues along that with the hydrology and some other things. Phase two then comes along and probably is just an extension of more habitat and more air quality mitigation around the Salton Sea in differing areas, the north end and the south end. Phase one concentrates on the south end and the north end. Phase two might have some of the areas around the Salton Sea and the west and the east side, primarily the west side, that may be constructed. Then phase 3 is the long-range term, or long-term, and that's implement the full-scale program. You'll see this again in a couple of minutes in one of the other slides, but the long-range plan, which will be done at the end of this year, or draft form at the end of this year, will describe in a little bit more detail how we connect those things. And we'll also look at things like water import and some of those other issues that keep coming up as potential solutions for the long term, for the lake. Pardon me. As part of the outreach, one of the task force findings is that we needed to be more transparent and we needed to do more outreach. We've just completed the first of a tranche of public outreach meetings around the state, or around the Salton Sea at least. This represents the different places we've been at. There have been 14 different meetings. We've also presented to the tribal nations at one of their conferences just a couple weeks ago in San Francisco. And the idea behind this was to introduce everyone to the Salton Sea Management Program and to talk to them about what they thought the program should entail. And we get all kinds of different but good answers from people of what they think that should entail. So it's been a learning experience for us too. And as part of that, we have a survey that's been taken that we ask people at each meeting to take, and we have somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, 160 or 170 responses that we hope we can use to measure how well people picked up things at the meetings. We start at the beginning of the meeting where they fill out a questionnaire. How much do you know about the Salton Sea? How much do you know about what the state plans to do, and all those sort of things. And then we ask roughly the same questions at the end. And we should have that data compiled in the next couple of weeks. The initial data suggests that a fair percentage of the people, 40 to 50% of the people, learned something at the outreach meetings, and that they learned a little bit more about what the state's plan was and what the partners that the state has, IID, Imperial County, Riverside County, Salton Sea Authority, and others, and how they're participating. So I think it was quite an effort, quite frankly, to put 14 meetings together. The Public Outreach Committee deserves a lot of credit for that. They chose the venues, they looked for the coordination. That takes a lot of effort and time. Then we made a presentation at each of those meetings. So we envision another set of these meetings probably coming up in November, someplace in that neighborhood. And at those series of meetings, we'll start looking at the long-range. They'll look at the long-range plan, start talking about that, and at that point, we'll have design plans started for a lot of the phase 1 projects, and we can talk about those things too.
That's a great overview and a great effort. Thank you. I'm curious if you had a different flavor of input and questions from the cities, and I appreciate you went to LA and Irvine because these are the areas that are part of the QSA. So it does provoke a question about the San Diego area, and if you see value based on the analysis you're doing of the outreach in now expanding to the whole QSA party area for input.
That's a good question. We did go to Irvine partly because one of our partners, the Salton Sea Initiative with Dr. Bradley, is in Irvine. We had a meeting scheduled in San Diego, and because of a scheduling conflict that I will accept full responsibility for, I overbooked. We'll have a San Diego meeting later this year. We talked to San Diego County Water Authority. They were okay with waiting till the next, but they were actually on the schedule for last week, I think.
Oh, do you mind, or was there a different type of questions or level of understanding that you saw in Los Angeles and Irvine?
In Los Angeles in particular, I was a little surprised to find the lack of understanding or knowledge. Matt was there, and they of course have an ongoing understanding of the Salton Sea, but a lot of the other people didn't have, and I was a little bit surprised by that. The communities around the Salton Sea, that was a little surprising, and a couple of them didn't have much information on the Salton Sea, which I think points to what the task force told us, is that we need to do a better job of outreach. The things we heard the most were, what's taking so long? When are you going to start? Why haven't you started? Those sort of questions, all very valid questions, and ones we tried to answer the best we could.
Or, I was thinking, I grew up near that dot in LA, what is the Salton Sea? What does it have to do with me? I would expect that would be a pretty common question.
It was, and we tried to equate it to the air quality issues and the odor issues and the overall sustainability of water in Southern California, which is a major concern these days. And I think people start to understand that and see that the Salton Sea has got a connection to Southern California and to the water issues. Whoops. Oh, that's right. So these are the phase 1 projects I want to talk about in a little bit more detail. And I think the first one is Red Hill. Oops. The first one is Red Hill Bay. This is the work plan for Red Hill Bay. And first off, I have to say thanks very much to our partners on this project, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Sonny Bono National Wildlife Refuge, and to IID, who's worked tirelessly on getting this thing put together. It's funded by the Wildlife Conservation Board and by the State Financial Assistance Program. The folks from DWR run that program. They're here today, and they have been instrumental in keeping this project going too. But a lot of the credit goes to the IID and to the consultants that put this together in a reasonably short period of time. It's shallow water habitat, so it's a little easier to build. It's still complex, and it still takes a lot of work to get the construction plans done. But you can see that construction plans for all practical purposes are complete now. We're looking at specifications and construction management plans or bid documents in September, October. The completed permit and biological requirements, which DFW office out of Bermuda Dunes is helping with, along with other consultants and with DWR. And we would like then to try to award a construction bid in January or February. We'll award that through IID, who will be the advertising the bid, or through U.S. Fish and Wildlife, who will be advertising the bid.
How many acres?
Oh, it's about 500, I think, thereabouts. It's shallow water habitat. We're looking at the potential, and I just would suggest it's a potential at this point, for putting a couple deeper water areas in there, given the concerns about the fish. But that's hard to maintain those deeper areas. You need more water circulation through those systems. We could do that now easy enough, but as we continue to build out and we start to use more water, we have to look at the long term.
Do you want to remind folks who are relatively new to this, because new people come in all the time, the purpose of some of these projects as demonstrations for broader application, what you're trying to see if it works before going long?
Sure. Species conservation habitat, which will be on the next slide, is a project that's looking at deeper water habitat, and the idea behind it is try to prove out some of the concepts for construction that's on the Salton Sea Playa. And that project will start sometime construction in 2017, and we hope to learn a lot in ways that we can more economically create habitat around the Salton Sea. This project is a shallow water habitat where we have a much better handle on how to do those, quite frankly. They've been done around the sea quite a little bit, but you still can learn things from them. And particularly one of the things we want to learn is the potential for managing for selenium bioaccumulation through either evaporation or some other mechanism other than pumping water back into the cells. And it's, by way of quick explanation, selenium bioaccumulation occurs when the selenium that's in the water that goes into the lake accumulates by evaporation. It also accumulates in the plant material, and then the invertebrates and the wildlife pick it up. What we're looking at right now is trying to interrupt that pathway by keeping it salty enough that we don't have the vegetation. We really would like to learn some other easier ways to manage that, and that's one of the things that we'll do at Red Hill Bay. That's one of the reasons why we've been holding off on putting together a large-term monitoring program, is because we think these sort of projects should be in that for longer-term knowledge. The other thing that we have done, all of these projects are on exposed playa around the Salton Sea. And I'm happy to say we're at a point where we're pretty well done worrying about whose playa or what caused the playa exposure, and we're looking more at ways that we can control or suppress at least dust emissions from those areas. So Red Hill Bay is located in an area that has very high emissive qualities with just very low wind. It's, I think in the past I've shown you some photos of that white cloud of dust coming off that looks a little bit like Owens Lake at a smaller scale. And so we're trying to establish where those areas are. IID's Water Transfer Mitigation Program, the air quality program, funded by the JPA, the three water agencies, is going to go a long ways towards telling us that. They've done a lot of great work, several of the folks there that have put that plan together, including a couple of consultants. We can use that plan to help us identify where to locate the habitat in the more emissive areas. And we can also use that to help us understand where areas might be less emissive and where we might be able to do seasonal flooding that would reduce water use and still provide some level of habitat. And then finally, in the same vein of habitat and air quality and how they intermix, Audubon is under contract or about to be under contract to the state of California, and they've already started the work on looking at habitat needs and habitat uses at the Salton Sea, so we can try to balance that against covering these areas up. You could cover them up with shallow flooding, or you could cover them up with deeper flooding, but it's sort of a mix of what kind of habitat we most need. So species conservation habitat work plan, I think I finished. Oh, I'm sorry. We anticipate construction starting in 2017 on Red Hill Bay. We anticipate late 2017 for construction. The reason we don't have more specific dates on there is there is a little bit of, there's a possibility that the award date might shift a little bit. And there's also a possibility that we might find something in the biological and permitting requirements that we have to adjust the schedule. Operation and data collection ongoing starting in 2018. That's part of that overall plan I talked about. Here's species conservation habitat. This is a state project that DWR has done a lot of work on over the last couple of years. We're finalizing agreements with IID now, and they've been very helpful in moving forward with that. We're finishing the revisions to the plans and the bid documents and getting ready to advertise the bid. Again, the pre-construction requirements are the same thing. There's a series of permits and things you have to get, a lot of which you can't get till you have a consultant identified, or at least the size of the project and the equipment identified. And so we plan to award a contract in 2017, the first half of 2017, start construction by the middle of 2017. We'll continue construction. I have it here to be completed in 2018. We're going to make every effort we can to complete it sooner than that, but it is a large project. It's about 640 acres. It is deeper water habitat, which means higher berms, more excavation. It has a couple of pretty good-sized pipelines in it, all of which take some time and some effort to move forward. And again, the same thing as on Red Hill Bay. The construction might be impacted by biological monitoring and other things like that. IID has been involved in this project and has helped a lot in different aspects of this project, and we envision them being involved in the construction meetings moving forward. This project is funded through Prop 84 and other funding. It is not part of the Prop 1 funds, nor was Red Hill Bay. So this just goes into a little bit more detail of some of the backbone infrastructure, which is the Salton Sea Management Program backbone infrastructure that IID has been working on. And then after this, there'll be a slide that actually lines it out from a time frame point of view. But there are a lot of things that we have to go through in getting this contract put together. IID is, this is going to be part of IID's overall drainage system. We're going to use it as a delivery system, but it's part of their drainage system. They need to be involved in the design and the approval of that. We understand that. We have a lot of other agreements with IID about water use and easements and other things that we're working through. We also are working with IID, and I think they're very close to done with the hydrology model. Hydrology model is very, very complex, takes a lot of time to do, and we need to be able to look at that and look at whether or not longer term we have water issues, or even if we have some acute problems on the river where there's a couple of years where someone gets less water for some reason that might otherwise go in the Salton Sea, that we need to be able to build that habitat and build that air quality to accommodate that. That's one of the reasons for the seasonal habitat that we're looking at with Audubon. The plan is to award an on-call contract to a consultant that would be on call to the state Department of Water Resources Division of Engineering to help us with any aspects of this program that we need from the design point of view. We would also develop a contract with IID so they can participate in the design process as they should. And we're going to take that to probably roughly 30-35% plans. That will be in 2017, and I'll get to the reason for that in a second. But also in 2016, we'll have the draft long-range plan done. That won't necessarily identify every area that we're going to put a project, but will identify the engineering criteria, the design criteria, the process we went through to locate those, and we'll have that design at a level that we can immediately turn around and do final construction drawings. The reason for not doing construction drawings on all of it right now is two or three different reasons. One, it would be very costly, but I think more importantly, we're looking, as we move forward, we're trying to learn things on these projects. So to put everything to final design at this point doesn't make a lot of sense to us. We want to be able to have that flexibility moving forward to adjust either way, either because we found something we did so well that we want to repeat it, or we found something we did not so well that we don't want to repeat it. So that draft long-range plan will help a lot with that. The reason for the 30 to 35% construction plans and specs for the backbone is so that we can do a design-build process through DWR, Division of Engineering, for the final design and construction of the backbone. There's been a lot of discussion about how long that's going to take. 2018 is our projection for construction. That we're pretty confident we can get to that point, but we also know that we need that amount of time to get through all of this. The design build will help us, I think, in two aspects. It will speed the process up. We won't have to go through another bidding process. And it will also give us some flexibility from an engineering perspective. Not so much on the backbone itself, because we have a fair idea, and IID has even better idea of how that would be designed and operated, but on the habitat, because we certainly don't think we need the level of design criteria that you would apply to a bridge or to a reservoir dam or something like that for this habitat. That gives us that flexibility. That design build authority is someplace in the legislature. It was, last I knew, in the trailer bill, budget trailer bill. We're hopeful that that passes, because I think that will mean give us a method for speeding things up a little bit. And then,
question on that, just again, just as, I don't mean to slow you down, but just, I know there's a lot going on, but just to help folks catch up on some of these things, because I'm mindful of the fact that there are people listening, because it's not that easy to get here from there, and there are folks in other parts of the state who do care about the Salton Sea a lot. Going back to the idea of the backbone is to come up with a water delivery system that can use the least amount of water versus just sheet flow off to target the projects that you are going to be building on in both habitat restoration and dust suppression, right?
that's correct. And
Part of the process is being able to have a flexible enough system that you put it in the right place and that it's flexible enough to handle the size you need without overbuilding, right? Those are the kinds of things, and then the specs you would be giving in the design builder that you would design yourself if you were going to do it yourself are about those things that you need in order to create a backbone facility that will enable the use of efficient use of water to meet the multiple needs that you're trying to target off into the future. I'm assuming it'll also be something that is potentially expandable beyond wherever it starts. So you also have to figure that out. And then some of the contract with Audubon about how to pay attention to appropriate habitat will also feed into the designs. I'm just trying to restate what I think I'm hearing you say.
That's correct. And the infrastructure backbone will actually be designed in phases as the sea recedes. And the idea behind that was we think it will be cheaper to build it in the dry. Now, some of the habitat in the perimeter lake on the west side of the sea is in wet conditions and would be built in wet conditions to stabilize that shoreline. We need to look at the hydrology and other things before we move into that concept in any large amount. But this is all designed with the flexibility that we could do that over these and phase it over the next 10 or 15 years. I think it's 15 years, so there'll be 2 or 3 or 4 phases of this going out into the sea at the north and south end, and then on the west side of the playa. So it's very important that we do that. You're right. It's also very important that we design this to the extent that we can, that it's practical, so that if we come up with some other longer range solution for Salton Sea management, that we don't preclude that. So this will be designed such that if we were, for instance, to be able to find another source of water, we could use that source of water and still be able to maintain this habitat. Long term at the Salton Sea, it's just going to continue to get saltier with or without the transfer, because it's a terminal water body. So we'll want to be able to, in order for the fish habitat and the bird habitat, we need to manage those areas. One of the easiest ways to manage them is to control the water that goes into them, have it be agricultural return flow water, which is much less salty, use it 2 or 3 times, and then discharge it into the center lake.
And just to underscore, particularly for my colleagues, the source of water is still, while it's return flows from agriculture at IAD, there's no guarantee that that water will be there all the time. And so that's part of the trick.
Right, yeah.
Of what is being done at the Salton Sea, because there are some unknowns perhaps in the medium term to long term that we have to plan for, but we don't necessarily know how they're going to turn out.
So the idea is start with smaller habitat than the whole sea that's sufficient to save the species.
And keep looking for water.
There's also, when you use the term infrastructure backbone, so I think that also touches on those other issues we've talked about, as potential geothermal energy development corridors, transportation, other ways to enable the management of the moving target of the sea management.
Yeah, that's correct. I should have mentioned that earlier. The design is going to be such that it doesn't preclude any kind of renewable energy, but mostly geothermal. And back to the habitat issue for just a minute, we can't turn, I don't think, the whole sea into a large habitat area. We've got to partition it in some manner or fashion. Then advertise and award the design-build contract. I see that in my world anyway, IID is involved in the advertisement and award. They would be on the selection committee. They would also be on the selection committee for the on-call contractor that we're looking at. The on-call contract RFQ, well, I think it's on the next slide, but I think it's probably October of this year. Just let me go into the dust habitat and dust suppression for a minute.
Yeah.
Part of this.
Make it a few minutes.
A few minutes, okay. Part of this plan is dust suppression, and part of its habitat, and to the extent we can, we'll make them the same. The habitat will be dust suppression. There are going to be some areas where I don't think that are terribly suited for habitat, and we'll just have dust suppression. So IID has developed a plan for air quality mitigation at the Salton Sea. I think it's a very good plan. I've read it. It looks great. I think most everyone who's read it thinks it's a good plan. We are planning on coordinating closely with them. We've had one coordination meeting. I think we've set those up every month moving forward with IID to look at just at the dust suppression side of this now, along with other things that we'll look at separately. But the idea is to keep the Imperial County Air Pollution Control District in coordination with us too on dust suppression projects. And one of the things that we've done, actually the county has done, which I think is a big asset, it's going to be a big asset for moving forward, is this. So they put out an RFQ for local farmers and local landowners to develop dust suppression techniques that might end up being BACM, and I apologize for the acronym, but that's Best Available Control Measures, which is sort of a standard for dust suppression or air quality issues. So we're going to work with the county. I'm very excited about that. There's a Salton Sea Authority is going to be involved in that, as is IID, I think. And it'll be funded through a grant that the Salton Sea Authority got from the National Resource Conservation Service, and it will be matched to some extent by state Prop 1 monies because we can match for air quality and we can match for habitat. So this grant also has, I think, about $2 million in it for wetlands that we will look at different places where we can put those in. We might start looking at some kind of treatment wetlands, quite frankly, to try to deal with that selenium issue I talked about earlier. So the air quality part of this is very, very important. We're behind on that to some extent. We've got all this playa that's exposed now that the playa doesn't know whether it was exposed by the QSA or by some other method. And so it's either dusty or it isn't. And what we're trying to do is just move forward to deal with the air quality issues in Imperial and Riverside counties through the two air quality boards. And I think that's probably a great approach to take, so we spend less time worrying about who's responsible for that little piece of land over there and more time worrying about who's responsible to keep the air quality as good as we can.
Can you talk a little bit more about the kinds of projects that are in either the IID report or in your conversations with the Air Pollution Control District? Again, as I said earlier today when you all weren't here, I'm more of a story girl. So can you give some examples of the kinds of things you're talking about, pilot projects you're going to try, and where? I get the idea of looking at your most emissive spots. All spots are not alike, and figuring out what to do, but I'd be interested in some of it because some of the dust control is going to come obviously from the exposed playa. Some of it just comes from the surrounding areas, which I assume you're talking about. I see Mr. Whitcomb there, so we've got like an expert in the room. Can you just give us more of a flavor? I think that is the most, I think the habitat, wildlife habitat, absolutely critically important, has been for years. I think the public health threat is the more imminent threat of concern to a lot of the relatively new players who have understandably come into this, and a big focus for us. So if you could talk a little bit more about that, it would be good.
Sure. Pardon me. Most of the techniques we're now looking at are techniques that were developed by IID and by the air pollution control districts. They include surfactants or chemical stabilizers. We've had one project, or the IID did one project a few years ago that I was involved in when I was there, looking at surfactants as a treatment process. We're looking at chemical stabilizers. There's probably 4 or 5 chemical stabilizers on the market right now that I think are worth looking at as at least a temporary dust suppression methodology. And one of the pilot projects you could imagine would be trying those at a 5-acre plot, each of them or something, to see how well they work. Vegetation enhancement is another one, and that's in areas where you could actually sheet flow water across parts of the playa and see if that doesn't reduce the salinity in the upper root zone enough to get stuff established. There is a couple of the farmers in Imperial Valley that a few years ago tried a modified Moten Row, and Moten Row is sort of a hummock and a swale and a hummock and a swale. It's like basin and range, only on a much smaller scale.
Just to sort of break up the, that
right.
makes sense.
And it works fairly well, but what they found out also is because you've got that swale, it collects enough water, even if it isn't irrigation return flow water, just rainwater on occasion, to push that salt down far enough that you can actually get some vegetation established in those areas. And I think that's another area that I know that IID has been looking at, and they've been collecting native seed to do some of that. There's also soil amendments. We're looking at different soil amendments right now that might, pardon me, with IID in Imperial County. There is a couple of other cover projects, wood chips and a couple other things that will be looked at. Habitat is probably one of the most ones we're most interested in because it gives us more bang for our buck moving forward. Surface roughening, just simple plowing of an area. IID has a pilot project out on the playa right now that's looking at that. That seems to be fairly successful. A lot of these ideas came from Owens Lake, quite frankly, and all the trips we made up to Owens Lake, trying to learn what worked and not repeat what didn't. But I'm fairly confident that the farmers, who are some of the most innovative folks I've seen in my career, are going to come up with some other methodologies, and that's the idea behind this with the county, is to give them that chance. The other piece of it is, quite frankly, it's a lot of times you can do some of these things in a more economical manner if you've got local farmers and others helping with that, as opposed to having to go through a contract process with the state or something like that. So that's the general outline of the different control measures, and there are others or variants of those. The other piece of the air quality plan that I think is really important is the ability to monitor the playa and find those emissive areas that we talked about for two reasons. Number one, if you don't have to treat an area, there's no reason to do that. You can move on to an area that needs treated. But the other thing that is going to be important in the next year or so, I think, is CARB and IID and federal EPA are putting together right now a toxics monitoring program. That toxics monitoring program will look at different areas and will actually measure the dust, not the playa soil, because that's not what's trained in the airstream. They'll measure the dust to find out where those toxic areas are, and the ability to be able to look at those closer and be able to understand how we might have to go to those areas first for control. There also was a process with IID where they've done a lot of crustal evaluations with a device called a pi swirl, which essentially just measures emissivity at that point. It's got a particle counter in it that counts the particles. They've been doing that in transects all the way around the sea, so you have a better idea of how emissive is it when it first exposes, how emissive is it in 6 months, in a year, in 2 years, in 5 years, and so on, which is also going to be an important part of moving this whole project forward. And the ability to use something other than the old methods of deformity of the crust, where you drop a steel ball from a certain height, or just visible dust emissions from a site. We have the ability now, and IID is working on putting in video monitors, sand catchers equipment that actually catches the material that's out on the playa. This will be, the backup measures will be tested with this. The best available control measures will be tested with this. And so I think that gets us a long way down the road towards identifying these backup measures. I'm very pleased to say I was in San Francisco and talked to the federal EPA a week or so ago. They're very anxious to participate. I think that's a great thing. And moving forward, I'm pretty confident that between all of us in IID and the other stakeholders, we can move forward with that dust suppression plan. Does that answer some of your?
Yeah, that's a level of detail that's very helpful, I think, and rather than the summary.
Okay.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I appreciated that you've got a broad menu, you know, and that you're looking at more high-tech, but we're all aware that there can be unintended consequences of the high-tech approach. You mentioned the contracting challenges. But I'm heartened to hear that the low-tech is being embraced, because in terms of such a massive scale, having local folks being able to do simple things to revegetate the playa using natural processes. You know, we've seen examples of that in the continent of Africa, where in the Sahel region, trying to keep the Sahara from taking over the Sahel, folks with very little resources use those type of low-tech measures to create perforations that hold rainwater longer, that have the forest going back into the desert. So these principles are sound, and the more low-tech they are, the more accessible they are to the community to be part of the solution, long-term stewardship.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I agree. One other thing I'll throw into that mix is we're looking at crustal formations of different kinds, either on the surface or just below the surface. Saline crust, et cetera. Again, a lot of the data that IID has collected is going to be very helpful in moving that forward. So, and just another couple of quick points on the timeline I'm about to show you. We need to finalize the water and salt balance evaluations. That's going to be very important to us in understanding how much water we're going to need for the entire projects, and when that water is going to be available or when we're going to need it. And then the salt balance, and that's the idea behind building some of these other sites, is the ability to look at whether or not we need to use additional water to balance, to manage the salt concentrations, and we just don't know that for sure yet, but these projects that we're talking about will help us. We need to complete the analysis of the layout for the different phases of this, and that's part of what's going to be in the long-range plan, at least at a concept level or more. That it's an adaptive program, so some of it will change, but it will be laid out that way. Audubon's contribution is going to be very important there. They reached out to us about a little less than a year ago, I guess. They've done the same thing at Owens, and I've been up there to see that. It's pretty impressive. They've done it with a lot less water, so of course there's a lot less area to cover too. But so I think that's going to be a big component of what we're doing going forward, and I'm looking forward to working with them on habitat. That's what I used to do for a living, is habitat. So. And then finally, we're going to evaluate processes for reduced cost of construction. That's mainly in the habitat areas and some of the dust suppression areas, not so much in the backbone, because the backbone has to be built to the standards that will work for IID. But I think that by doing that, we can stretch the funding we have further. There isn't enough funding to do this entire program. There isn't enough funding to do all of phase one, quite frankly. But the more we can stretch that funding out, and the more we can build part of the infrastructure system and build habitat and air quality for that part of the infrastructure system, means we have moved forward with the overall goal, which is to control dust and human health at the Salton, or to promote human health at the Salton Sea by controlling dust and to provide habitat.
And in terms of funding, because everyone always gets to the funding issue, I'm assuming that you will be looking at potential from federal government, from local government, from local business folks, from philanthropic groups, and from the state.
Yes. Right now, we're looking at a couple of federal programs. That was also one of the recommendations of the task force. We've had some really good help on that with a consultant who's funded by one of those philanthropic organizations. And I think we're making some progress. So there are never any guarantees, but the way we're looking at it now is to try to find something that isn't appropriated and allocated on an annual basis. It's more of a program that something like NRCS or somebody like that would have. That's where that $7.5 million grant came from, is NRCS. So we're looking at all of those issues. Back to the funding for just a second, $80.5 million, 60-some million of that for construction, 20 million for consulting, planning, design, and for team members, state team members. We're going to hire 2 more people in DWR, or maybe just transfer 2 people, but 2 more people into the program to help, because we're now at a point where we need to, we're going to need those people in the projects moving forward. We're looking at, and pretty sure that we're going to put 1 person at Department of Fish and Wildlife to help manage the Salton Sea program there. In Bermuda Dunes, one of the DWR people would be in Bermuda Dunes too, I think, to get a more broad-brushed approach to people working on this that are there and have the knowledge. The team here, Laura and Kent and Ted and Vivian, have done an outstanding job to this point, but we're now at a point where there is more effort needed, and that's why those positions are going to be formed. Remember, I said also that we're going to look at, so that means an internal contract with Division of Engineering, but that also means that on-call contract to give us flexibility to move forward when we need to. If DOE gets involved in some other very important state issues, and they're very likely to, we can use that consulting firm to fill in that gap and continue to move forward. And pardon me, I think the next slide is actually kind of a timeline. I won't go through the whole thing in detail because we went through a lot of that, but we're in the July to December 2016 timeframe. We're looking at getting the on-call contract in place. We're looking at contracts and easements with IID, and we're looking at the Imperial County dust suppression RFQ projects in probably the latter part of 2016, and the habitat assessments, which will be done sometime in October to December of this year. The hydrology model I pushed off to November, December. It may be done a little earlier than that, but I think that model is important enough that we need to make sure that it's right and it shows us everything we need to. IID's done an outstanding job to this point on that, and we're anticipating it shortly. And then in 2017, we'll develop the plans with a modular design. That's what I talked about a few minutes ago. We'll have another series of workshops sometime in that time frame. The draft long-range plan will be out at the end of the year. The idea is this next group of public workshops would talk about that draft plan and would talk about whatever construction detail we have for these other programs. And then issue a design build contract for phase 1 in October-ish of 2017. That's a pretty tight schedule. I recognize that there is a lot of concern about the timeframes, and those are valid concerns, but we've started a lot of what we're doing now is new work that has to go through that process. What we don't want to do by going through this process, we have a much more solid understanding of being able to move it through the contracting process at the state level. SCH, we've had some issues with that. We tried to learn from those issues and move into to design this program so we can just move forward with the construction. It does mean a few more steps now, including more public involvement, but I think those steps are well worth it in the time frame. So we're projecting starting construction of the backbone in mid-2018, habitat and dust suppression sometime very close to that time frame. You need parts of the backbone in place to be able to use the habitat because you've got to deliver the water. And then operation and monitoring ongoing to see what we can learn from those projects over the next until 2021. And the idea is as we acquire more funding, and we will do everything we can to acquire more funding, we can continue to build out. We'll have this long-range plan that we can use as sort of a roadmap for funding needs over the course of the program itself. We'll have a start on engineering design based on what IID's provided us for the backbone and based on what we're going to develop for habitat and air quality in concert with a lot of other folks, Audubon and others. And so that we'll be able to pivot a little faster in the next pieces of this as we get funding available. And it'll allow us to design to that funding level. In other words, it doesn't make a lot of sense to design everything if we only have funding for another 5,000 acres or something.
You kind of have a chicken and egg too. It's easier to get more funding once you've got an overall plan and people see and you're reporting on what you're doing, and you can build a case that it's an optimistic case that something's doable, which is what you're trying to do. And what do they call it? The harmonic, whatever? It wasn't the harmonic, no, it's not the harmonic convergence, but as folks are coming together to talk about realistic things to do at the sea, you have a different energy and more people can find ways to pull in resources, more way the state can make the case, and we can make the case to the legislature and others to appropriate more money or go out for more bond money, all of that sort of thing.
I think that's exactly right. And I think we have, again, there's concern about the time frame, but I think in general we're moving in the right direction. This long-range plan and the level of design we're talking about in 2017 will give you that flexibility to be able to say, this is next, and then this is next, and then this is, and that's the kind of funding we need for those things. Pardon me. Oops. Happy to answer any other questions.
Before you start, before you get into that, Matt and Nathan, could you bring us up to speed as to where we are in terms of the staff person that we got in the budget?
Yes, we received budget authority for one position with the State Water Board to support, work within the Salton Sea Management Program and monitor the status. That position was originally designed as an attorney, and we're transferring it over to a scientist position. So we're moving through that process right now and are hoping to have a person in place by the end of September. So before the next workshop.
Note scientists rule. Even at the water board.
If you like your attorney, you can keep them.
On the long-range plan, I appreciate the presentation today, Mr. Wilcox. Can we expect that not to just have, the timelines and the tables and the acreages and things, but also a vision? Along the lines of what Chair Marcus was saying, something to show the legislature, those who would authorize state funding and, to compel this is what the future looks like, but not a rigid future. As we know, it's dynamic, and maybe maps over time based on the best available forecasts for what's doable, and so that we can communicate, and as I've said, the Bay Area, there's an analog with the Baylands ecosystem goals.
Right.
That is a visual, and it looks at specific areas and says, this type of thing makes sense here. And as you've laid out all those goals, are y'all envisioning some maps of the sea and some time scale to the whole thing?
Yes, and I think we're also envisioning some, as you said, some flexibility in that plan, so that as we gather more data, we're going to find out some things that are going to change some of it. So the plan will be flexible enough that we can add or subtract as we need to of different parts of the plan. And whether we decide to build from both ends to the middle or whatever we decide to do, I think the plan will have a sort of develop a process for that evaluation as to what to do next. And what's more important, if you have $10 million, is it more important to build that in habitat or dust suppression, some combination of the two, or some additional infrastructure? And all those are fair questions as we move forward.
Yeah, and it seems that, that we've only touched on it, but the issue of access is pretty important. That's a difficult environment to traverse. And but to do those low-tech solutions, you need to be able to get people out there somehow, and that's part of that infrastructure, as we've talked about.
It is, and we're learning as we go along. On I think species conservation habitat and Red Hill Bay both will teach us a lot about access and how to get equipment off the playa once we get it out there.
Now, how are you working with the Salton Sea Authority?
The Salton Sea Authority, is sort of the umbrella agency for all of the different stakeholders around the sea, at least the counties, the water districts, and the Torres Martinez tribe. And so we've been spending a lot of time with Salton Sea Authority. Phil Rosentrader has been very helpful. They have another position at Salton Sea Authority who's taken over managing one of the committees that we have. We have these series of committees. They're managing the long-range planning committee for us, doing a great job. Part of the idea, you heard this, I think, the last time or maybe the time before last, about facilitators for these meetings and trying to gel all of the meeting information into one coherent message. And we recognize that as an issue, and so we're trying to find the ability to do that, and we've worked with Salton Sea Authority to provide that information. They provided some engineering support on other things, I think, and they are the grant holder for the NRCS grant. So I think their involvement, in my mind, is critical to moving forward. And I think we just need to take advantage of, or not take advantage, well, yeah, take advantage of them to the extent we can. They've been very helpful. The other thing I think we're going to try to do is one of the advocacy groups reached out a couple of weeks ago to talk about they may be finding funding for a facilitator, because we're balancing funding for people and for contractors, or I'm sorry, for people and for consultants and other issues against building habitat or building air quality mitigation. So if they can find funding for that facilitator, I think that's a great idea, and it would move the program forward. And so when they asked me about it, I'm very supportive.
It is the kind of thing that some philanthropic institutions, organizations understand as being important to leverage change on the ground. So maybe it's something we can raise money for.
And of course, we've got one philanthropic organization already funding this consultant who's helping us with grants, which has been a big plus for us. Understanding that whole morass of the grant program system is difficult, and she's been very successful.
I have a question about the long-range plan, and you may have mentioned this and I just didn't pick up on it, but is that the place that we would look to as far as a funding plan?
I think the long-range plan will function as a funding plan, yes. Out of the long-range plan, and even out of the short-term, the Phase 1 project is also going to be part of that funding plan. But overall, exactly, it'll look at how much operation and maintenance there might have to be in any given year, how much monitoring there might have to be in any given year, and be able to give us, I don't know if it'll be able to give us annual amounts, but amounts in every 2 to 3 year tranche, or some amount of time that we can look at to say this is what we reasonably expect to have exposed and what we need to do to it moving forward. So I think it does. It will also, though, have, and this goes back to your question, Mr. Moore, too, that it's going to have options in it about other things that we might want to look at long range. It'll be harder to put funding goals next to those options, quite frankly, but we'll do the best we can.
Like with a range.
Yeah, I think something a little bit more than an educated guess, but a lot less than a final cost.
And then how about, wasn't it the Salton Sea Authority? Somebody was doing a report to look at, I know you've had some success with finding grants and like, but wasn't someone doing a report on all the potential funding sources in addition to the state?
That report is done. The Salton Sea Authority had a grant from the state of California through, I don't remember which program, quite frankly, but one of the programs, that report is done, that funding analysis is done. I should have mentioned this earlier. One of the other potential funding sources is an incremental tax finance district that's been looked at, and they're looking, the counties in particular are looking closer at that to see if there's some way to be able to bond perhaps against that to generate funding for Salton Sea management. That's out of my area of expertise, but Phil Rosentrader and a lot of the folks at Imperial County too, Ralph and some others have been looking at that, and that's a potential funding source. That's also a little bit of the chicken and the egg. It's hard to show an incremental increase in value until you build something that does that incremental increase in value. But if you could fund, or if you could bond against it, you might be able to do something like that.
Great. We have a few speakers, probably have some suggestions, and I do think we should probably talk a little bit about the next workshop and the items to go into more depth on at that. Oh, I see the need to leave by. There's not a million cards, so I'll take the need to leave by cards first with everybody's permission. All right. First we have, should I do something else?
No, there's Phil.
Well, there you are. Good. He can talk about all the things that we've mentioned. Great. First, and I'll give them in 3 at a time order. First, we have Giovanni Arechavalletta from Ecomedia Compass, followed by Carrie Morrison, also from Ecomedia Compass, followed by Tim Bradley, who's been mentioned, from UC Irvine Salton Sea Initiative. Yeah, definitely. Did I pronounce your name right? It's beautiful, and you have the best handwriting of the day. And I don't just mean this session, I mean all day.
Well, thank you, board members, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Giovanni Arechavalletta. I'm the campaign director for the Ecomedia Compass. And it's really encouraging and great to see short-term plans moving forward. And I just want to assure you that we are doing everything we can to support efforts at the Salton Sea. Our team is continuing to work together with the community and local groups to make sure people like our president, environmental and social leaders, are aware of what is happening at the sea. Through letters, postcards, phone calls, and petitions, we are reaching out to anyone who can help further progress immediately. And after seeing how much time, funding, and work is required to execute just the short-term goals, our team, along with the community, supports Little Hoover's Commission's recommendation for a state of emergency at the Salton Sea. Without swift action, we will continue to lose vital habitat, wildlife, and human lives. We urge you to please keep this in mind as you move forward with long-term goals. the decisions you support will continue to affect millions of lives. Just thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all of the effort. Great. Mr. Morrison, followed by Mr. Bradley, followed by Kevin Kelly from the Imperial Irrigation District.
Thank you. I remember the days when this obscure place in the desert called the Salton Sea was almost a ghost town. Most of the thriving businesses and homes of a century ago had fallen into disrepair, along with much of the hope for the region. It was getting drier. The whole state had water issues. People and ecosystems were suffering, and we almost lost the Salton Sea. Needed water transfers to the coast left the people of the Imperial and Coachella Valleys wondering if their health, wildlife, and entire way of life would dry up. Countless plans were proposed to fix the region, but the leadership was divided. The mindset only perpetuated one-term thinking. People were planning for what they had, not what they would have, with collaboration, a good long-term roadmap, and a high enough ask for what was truly needed. You see, the people were afraid. They were acting out of fear of what might happen in failure and holding those fears in their mind instead of envisioning a higher vision of a better future. Eventually, action was taken just quick enough to save most of the incredible biodiversity of the Salton Sea. People finally came together to complement each other's work and bet on innovation and new technologies. They acted just quick enough to not repeat the history of other failed water projects. The people and agencies simply began to act in the mindset of the greater good, not just the greatest profit. They understood the law of attraction and dreamed big. A creative system of dikes and floating barriers were used to create sustainable habitat and recreation areas. A myriad of wetlands were created and were able to separate different salinities and use natural filtration systems to treat the inflows and cover dust. Renewable energy resources were expanded to greatly help California edge off of fossil fuel consumption. Through the federal and state governments, construction and engineering companies came to the rescue with any resources they had. The water companies and counties came to a complementary, shared vision for the future, greatly benefiting all of their stakeholders. Even farmers did their part by volunteering to gradually switch to organic farming when possible, which stopped chemicals and fertilizers from pouring into the sea, providing healthier food for the people, healthier habitats for the wildlife, and less algae blooms. These people and organizations showed true leadership when they actually helped each other with a shared understanding that they were paving the way for their children's futures. While expansive wetland construction was actively underway, representatives from federal, state, and local governments joined forces with local NGOs to create a public-private partnership to import seawater with inspiration from the Red to Dead Sea project in the Middle East. They knew the coast would need more water. They knew Mexico may need their river back. Once the people heard about these efforts, morale changed. Young people knew they had a future, and older people felt safe to retire and invest. There were enough resources to go around. The region truly began to boom while respecting quality habitat. People were excited to get in on the next big thing in California. Multi-billion-dollar reinvestment came from real estate, renewable energy, and ecotourism. Businesses popped up throughout the valley. Renewably powered desalination created water resources for the sea and throughout the Southwest. Trees were planted along the shore and throughout the valley to give a more balanced environment for even more species of plants and animals. Wildlife were once again driven to flourish in the newly revived ecosystems. It was beautiful, a place where people wanted to be. Leaders were remembered for their contributions to this new facet of sustainable society. It truly became a shining example of the best of what humanity is capable of in the spirit of innovation, collaboration, multi-generational thinking, and hope. We saved the Salton Sea. And it all began with daring to dream big, together. Hope to see you on September 23rd at California's Salton Sea at the Secretary of State Auditorium. Gratitude.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Morrison. Will you leave a copy of that or send a copy of that? Really important. Professor Bradley, followed by Kevin Kelly, followed by Umberto Lugo from the Ivan EJ project, as well as communities in the north and the south of the sea. Hello.
Hello, thank you very much. So I would just like to thank the board and praise them for watching over the projects at the Salton Sea and being concerned about it, meeting quarterly and raising the issues of the Salton Sea, because it is so important to the communities in Southern California and to California in general. Appreciate that very much. And I also am very aware and have hearing Bruce Wilcox's report about the tremendous work that's being done, progress that's being made on so many different fronts, working forward on both engineering and public health and biological issues. There is an issue that was not emphasized in that talk, in that presentation, however, and that is the fact that as of January 2018, the water transfers associated with the quantitative settlement agreement will cause a very rapid decline in the level of the Salton Sea. And so as we're looking at those timelines, there is a great urgency associated with that particular date. And that is going to have profound effects on public health in the region and also environmental effects. And so I would urge the board to consider regulating the rate at which water is transferred out of that region and to try to coordinate that in a manner that the state, and through the efforts that Bruce Wilcox is engaged in, that the state can protect the health of California citizens at a rate that matches that at which the playa are being formed. So in other words, that through regulating water transfers, this very important issue of the public health of hundreds of thousands of Californians is protected. The positive side of this, of any kind of regulation, would be that you are protecting the health of hundreds of thousands of Californians. We heard 3 months ago, we heard solid evidence from the public health officials that this is going to increase asthma, COPD, emphysema, and lung cancer in the region. And this is a heavily populated area, a very important issue. Any delays would delay water going to coastal regions, and that's of course a concern, but no one is questioning the water rights of those individuals. That is clear, they have water rights. The question is, does the withdrawal of that water seriously affect the public health of Californians, and is that appropriate? And so as I pointed out in my written comments, there's a precedent for this at Mono Lake, where the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power had solid water rights, and still does, but the rate at which they were allowed to draw water from the Mono Basin had to be weighed against the public health, and in that case, even environmental issues. So I have great confidence in Bruce Wilcox, and I think he's doing a great job. I support it in every way that I possibly can. And but if there are delays, if we're not able to meet those needs at the appropriate level, years down the road, will we say, well, we thought we had it covered, but we didn't. I'm so sorry about all of the people who are becoming ill, all of the advantages in places like Palm Springs and Palm Desert that are affected by this. I think we really can't afford to do that. So I really do urge you to be prepared to do this. Maybe it's not necessary. Maybe we will be able to meet all of these environmental concerns and control dust. But I think it's important that we be watching that and that we regulate it and that you be able to adjust to that. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kelly, followed by Mr. Lugo, followed by Luis Olmedo from, speaking on behalf of EJ and Disadvantaged Community Health, and I assume Committee Civico as well.
Chairwoman Marcus, members of the State Board, thank you for the opportunity. I've been here before. I've spoken with you individually. I expect I'll continue to do so. Just to put this in context, the reason that your board has taken up the Salton Sea is because IID filed a petition with you. The reason that all of these people are activated on Salton Sea is because IID forced the issue. The previous speaker, I think he makes a very good point, that water transfers have to be reconciled with this open question of what's going to happen at the Salton Sea. I think that your board is aware that the federal government is going the opposite direction. The federal government is trying to step up water conservation in our valley as part of a California response to a plunging elevation at Lake Mead. And that is telescoping down into a decision point right now. And it's entirely possible that will at some point bubble up to your level. It's probable. So when ID filed its petition almost 2 years ago, it was because the people that our district represents had to have some confidence that if the water transfers proceeded, that this question at the Salton Sea would be answered, and that we could have confidence in the answer for 35 years. It's clear that we're not going to be able to get an answer that gives us that confidence. And so we've revised downward. We've lowered the bar, and we're asking for a simple roadmap for the next 10 years. As I sit here today, listening to Bruce, as able as he is, I don't have confidence that the state can even meet that. So the state's, the governor's action plan says 25,000 acres of lake bed mitigated by 2025. I think that the retinue of projects that Bruce just ran through, and what is it, 3,000 acres? Okay, so 3,000 acres by 2020. So I think that we've made the case here before you previously that the Colorado River is connected hydrologically to the Salton Sea. I think that 7 western states that depend on that river now realize this. I thank your board for staying with this. You didn't have to. It wasn't a problem that you created, but it's now squarely in front of you. And ID either has a partner at the Salton Sea, or these water transfers can't continue. And I don't think anybody wants those water transfers to go away in a drought on the Colorado River with 6 other western states looking on. So thank you, and I look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Lugo, followed by Mr. Olmedo, followed by Phil Rosenstrater from the Salton Sea Authority.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Board.
Thank you for your work on Ivan.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so my name is Humberto Lugo. I'm with the California Environmental Justice Coalition and the Ivan Environmental Justice Task Force in Imperial County and Coachella Valley. And I'm here, it's kind of hard to get up here sometimes, but I made a commitment that to be here to follow since the initial meeting we had back in April of last year, to continue being here and stay committed to our communities. The community's priority right now is their public health. That's one of the priorities in Coachella Valley and Imperial County. And I just want to I'm just here to show support and, that I'm continue to be here, and I would look forward to working with Bruce in the near future as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know if we were closer, we would have far more people here. This gives them a bit of a summer break, and we'll be back to the regular workshop. They're watching, which works. Yes, that's part of why I'm asking for more detail in the conversation.
Good
Mr. O'Malley,
afternoon,
nice to see
Madam
you.
Chair and members of the board. I actually just have a couple of points that I wanted to speak to you about, and one is an update, and the other one is about opportunities. And so among our updates, we think as an organization, and I represent Comité Cívico del Valle, I forgot, but you did that already, so thank you. So among the updates, we have been addressing public health, and Mr. Lugo mentioned it is one of our priorities as an organization. The community is primarily made up of Latino, and it is considered a disadvantaged community, an environmental justice community because of all its different demographics and issues that we deal with. Some of the projects that we've been working with, and I gave a little bit of this in the last presentation, but we're working with an air monitoring project. So we're really pleased that by the end of September 30 actually, we'll go public with our air monitoring network. It is what we call citizen science. It is a way to inform the public on the quality of air at the neighborhood level. Air Resources Board does ambient air to meet clean air standards. We want to know what's happening in these pockets that are not being monitored. The more information that we have, the better we're able to see what the trends are and where the hotspots are and what impacts are being faced, whether it's from the Salton Sea or other sources. But at least the more information that we have, we're able to contribute to the regulators so that they can also analyze and interpret that data and hopefully help. We've been working also with OIHA, and last year we sponsored a bill, AB 1059, that also directed OIHA to gather data in Mexico. So we're very pleased that our monitoring by the end of September, as I said, September 30, we will have close to 55 monitors located from Mexicali, the majority in Imperial, and then the Coachella Valley. We're also in conversations with South Coast, and they're very interested in citizen science. In fact, they invested quite a significant amount of dollars to test these low-cost sensors, and right now we're in conversations with them how we can also beef up the Coachella Valley. Asthma is an issue that existed even before the Salton Sea, just because of the arid desert and dust particles. So there's a greater prevalence of asthma in the Imperial Valley compared to the rest of the state and in comparison to the nation. So we're very fortunate enough to be working with San Diego State and have now just completed 400 families that we've been able to give them a comprehensive asthma intervention. But that's basically, that was the commitment. We need more resources. We need to continue that, and we will continue to look for those resources. So it is an ongoing problem. As long as asthma is a problem, health is a problem, and the Salton Sea will contribute to that. Some of these projects that we're doing, as well as Ivan that was mentioned, they're not going to solve the problem. They're not going to mitigate the Salton Sea, but we need a health mitigation project because the numbers out there, we're talking about billions of dollars that are needed to restore or to mitigate the Salton Sea. And those aren't going to become available right away. We need the resources, we need the projects that are going to mitigate public health. So people have an opportunity to create an environment, whether it's indoors, to be able to gather data, be able to pull data, and be able to inform in their decisions of how they go about their day, because we've already experiencing very high levels of pollution right now. And it's only going to get worse before it even gets better. So some of the opportunities we see is definitely continue to work with Bruce, Natural Resources, continue to look at their policies, whether their policies are conducive to environmental justice, to disadvantaged communities, to public health. If they don't go far enough, who else needs to be at the table? Does public health need to be at the table?
Yeah,
and I haven't seen a great presence from them.
A very good point.
Also, the Air Resources Board. You know, we need to start looking at the Air Resources Board in some of their sectors, like working land, natural working lands. How does that play a role? Can that help through some of these climate investments? Could that help also mitigate some of these issues? It's going to take a lot of resources. It's going to take a lot of agencies, and it's going to take a lot of navigating through the bureaucracy. And I know you know that very well, and I'm not here to educate you on the issue, but I'm here to support you. I'm here to hopefully work with you, work with Bruce and others from our valley to hopefully be able to cut through all that bureaucracy. And I've been working with governmental agencies for quite a number of years now. And one of the biggest issues is communication. I know you know that already. And that's why it's so important to get to have this types of forum, your leadership, and being able to bring these agencies together and just get the work done. I mean, we can't wait for somebody to retire for things to get done. We need to get things done right now. And I think that's really the biggest message is what else can we do? Who's missing at the table? And what kind of support can we bring as an environmental justice organization in Imperial, but also statewide? How can we bring our networks to also help in this effort? So thank you very much for, again, hosting these meetings.
So thank you for coming, and thank you for the initiative in doing those programs. I'm thinking Earl was here. He probably had to leave. We should, at the next workshop, I do want to focus on dust, which is my central, I do have that history at Owens, but also we should bring US EPA in, because when I was at US EPA, we were also able to bring in HHS and other pieces in the federal government, as opposed to, you're right, it's not just about resources within the state, it's not just us and resources, it's broader, and that inviting more people into the effort is really important. So that's an incredibly important reminder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenstrader, thank you for coming.
Chair, members of the board, Phil Rosentrader, Executive Director, Salton Sea Authority. Thank you for holding this hearing, and as a colleague, Kevin Kelly, mentioned earlier, for sticking with it. This is a kind of issue that's going to require perseverance and persistence. Salton Sea Authority has been there since 1993, the creation of which by the state legislature has brought together the two counties and the two major water importing agencies, Coachella Valley Water District, Imperial Irrigation District, and a large landowner tribe, the Torres Martinez on the northern end, to work together to create that local umbrella, coordinate the land use jurisdiction and the water resource issues from the local level, so we have a unified front that that cooperates and collaborates as called for in state legislation under AB 71. The Salton Sea Authority is to collaborate and cooperate with the California Resources Agency to develop a feasible and doable, achievable restoration plan for the Salton Sea. And that's what we delivered according to our contract and the terms this past May 16th, on time, under budget. The Salton Sea Authority delivered its financial feasibility action plan, which is incorporated as part of the SSMP has been discussed today. There's also been some discussion earlier about missed deadlines and credibility moving forward and confidence. I want to assure you that Salton Sea Authority is committed to that record of achievement, on time, on budget. Any kind of relationship we have with the state, we intend to make good on that. That's been part of our critical mission objectives over the past year. For want of a nail, the battle can be lost. We want to make sure the very small things that must be done, such as achieving completion of a financial assistance program grant at the Torres Martinez wetlands. We want to make sure that happens on time, on budget as well, and we're on track to accomplish that. All of those kinds of activities, working together in collaboration with our local partners, is what the Salton Sea Authority brings and will continue to bring to this effort. There's a great urgency, as you've heard today, and we're confident that we have more in common with our neighbors and with the state and the feds in achieving a common solution than what separates us. So we're committed to identifying those areas where we can make progress together and integrating resources, bringing together those who are left out of this discussion, who need to bring in their resources and become integrated as part of the greater common good. Any questions?
What do you need?
Foremost, you've heard we need additional ongoing financial resources, and those need to come from a variety of sources. We also need the cooperation of the state and the Fed, various agencies, in integrating and moving quickly to do so. You've heard as a practical matter, there's a design build option out there that it's not going to change the world overnight, but will allow, we believe, a quicker implementation. Once we reach the completion of design, we start moving into construction and then begin to accelerate. Those kinds of additional steps are important. I think a commitment to at the state and the federal level to a I mentioned integration, and the chair mentioned earlier that there are multiple challenges that must be met. At the same time, I think Salton Sea is a poster child for an area where if we meet those challenges in an integrated fashion, we can get maximum return on investment for public investment. So codifying that, so that if there are public monies to be spent, they should be spent in a matter where the regions that can demonstrate the highest return on that investment, whether it's air quality mitigation, combined with habitat restoration, combined with economic development that helps one of the poorest areas with the highest job or unemployment rate in the state. If we can achieve an investment in those areas that solves all of those simultaneously, those kinds of areas and those kinds of project priorities should be go to the front of the line and have priority on funding at the federal and the state level. So that would go a long way. We think the Salton Sea is one of the, makes the most compelling case for that kind of investment anywhere in the United States.
That's interesting. We did, at Tahoe, one of the original summit contributions from EPA was, I think, $800,000 from ORD to develop a system for prioritizing projects at the lake to meet objectives so that we could learn adaptively, and all of that might be the kind of thing we should go after. Because you want to spend it rapidly, but you want to spend it smartly, and if you get that story going and you get the plan to go from 3 to 25, whatever it ends up being, you end up being able to feed in more confidence and more money from more sources.
Don't have time and resources to do it otherwise.
How does your plan that you developed relate to the long-range plan that we discussed today?
Salton Sea Management Plan contemplates at least in the interim, a series of short-term projects that dovetail into incremental steps for a more of an interim program. The financial piece on this expects an increase in land values if that happens, and you've heard mention of an infrastructure finance district that could be generated where increased property values would raise the assessed value for the areas surrounding the sea. Potentially, this could be directed, if there's an infrastructure finance district created, could be directed for repayment of bonded debt for some of the infrastructure that creates that value in the first place. From the beginning, the initiative that was promulgated by Imperial County and Imperial Irrigation District has intended to enhance and help promote the development of geothermal and other renewable energies around the sea. So we want to make sure long-term the kinds of projects we're doing and anticipating and building out for habitat and dust control don't interfere with those economic development possibilities, and in fact help bring them about in such a way that those can be, not to wear out the term, those can be integrated into part of the solution long-term.
The key there for me was that they are integrated.
Right, you're Mr. Integration as well as Mr. Stormwater. You're not just Mr. Stormwater, you're Mr. Integration. That's right. Well, thank you very much. I think we'll have longer conversations at the workshop and offline, but I'm going to be interested in hearing more about the report and what you're doing.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for coming. We have one more speaker, Ralph Cordova Jr., the CEO of the County of Imperial. I was wondering where you were. I didn't see you because there was someone in front of you. Thank you for coming.
Actually, I wasn't going to say anything today, but I felt like I had to get up and say a couple of things. One of them is back in April when we were here last, we talked about issuing an RFP. That has been done, as Mr. Wilcox had indicated. The responses to the solicitation of interest are due August 31st. So there was a question about some of the examples of what we're focusing on with respect to the solicitation of interest, if you will, or the RFP. And
Thank you.
Pulled up here on my phone, so I'll have to read it with my glasses on. But obviously, one of them is those projects that address dust suppression. The other one is the consistency with the Salton Sea air quality mitigation plan developed by the IID, and the county of Imperial was part of that. And last but not least, there's 6 of them, but I'll just address this one. One is the potential to establish BACM in Imperial County. And part of that is the board, acting as the Air Pollution Control District earlier this year, amended its Rule 804 to streamline what we call projects that could meet BACM. And it allows it to happen a lot quicker than before because we want to get those projects in line. We want it to also to be able to be considered BACM for purposes of the air quality assessments in Imperial County. The other thing, there was a discussion just quickly about public health. I'm also on the local health authority. I was one of the founding members of the local health authority through the county of Imperial. And what the local health authority has done just recently is we've applied for and received a grant under the Accountable Community for Health grant out there. And we're in the middle of implementing or developing a model, if you will, to address and help reduce asthma in Imperial County. There's a focus with a group through UCLA of the North End. So we're taking the extra step, if you will, to assess the health, if you will, of those in the North End of Imperial County. But other than that, I'm encouraged by what I heard today. You know, honestly, I get up here every time and I look around and I think to myself, we need to get this thing done. And I also like the fact that the gentleman who spoke about maybe looking at the reducing the amount of water, or if you will, taking the water that's being allowed into the sea and have it relate to the projects that we have out there. It's going to slow things down, but you know, quite honestly, that's a good idea, and I also like that discussion. And last,
sometimes you have to slow down to speed up, I've heard said.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But we're
sometimes you're just slowing down. That's the thing, and knowing the difference is the challenge.
Right. And the other day, just briefly, the other day I was sitting in a room with a bunch of people and we were talking about the QSA. And unfortunately, in this room of about 10 or 12 people, I was the only one, and there was one other person, but I was the only one that was around the county when this QSA started. That's how long it's been. I don't know if you guys know or not, but Mr. Brad Porras is no longer with the Imperial County Air Pollution.
I was going to ask you about that.
I have an interim, and his name is Reyes Romero. We're out recruiting right now, but nonetheless, we do have an interim, Mr. Reyes Romero. He wasn't able to come up today. But he is looking. He's very concerned. He's been very involved in the Salton Sea for quite a long time now. He's a 24-year employee with the county, APCD. So thank you very much.
No, that's great, and thank you very much. I mean, I'm sort of I think we are looking to the APCD to help drive what the solutions are in that traditional road. So I'm really glad you came and talked about that, and we'll work with you and Mr. Romero as we set up the panels for the next workshop, because I do think it is, as I said, for obvious reasons, the most imminent thing, not to minimize the very important habitat issues out there that Ms. Delfino at the last meeting said, you know, don't forget about, which have driven the Salton Sea discussion for many, many years. Both are important. Finding multiple benefits, opportunities are important, but there's one that scares us all and that we have to think about what to do about as quickly as possible, and figure out what all our tools are, and the APCD is a critical part of that. And I know the ARB is there to help, and hopefully we can get US EPA to come in and help as well.
Great, I'm encouraged by that also.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Top of the charts. Thank you for taking the time to come. All right, other questions, suggestions, things to throw into the mix, both for staff and Bruce to and everybody think about. I have a few, but I'd also love particularly to hear from you, Fran, since you really have poured in a lot of time.
Well, I want to remind us all that since Bruce has been on board, we've had someone who not only knows the area, but wakes up 24/7, probably 25/7, and thinks about the Salton Sea. All of us think about it a lot, but not all the time. And this, for the first time, and we should thank this administration, for the first time, there has been a commitment to trying to do what can be done with the Salton Sea. So thank you for being here and for participating, and I look forward to the workshop. There's stuff going on all the time. There was some, Mr. Kelly referenced the possible things that are going on with the other basin states, and that is something that we'll learn more about when we have the next workshop. So I think that's one of the topics that should be there. We will certainly know by then, or we'll have a good idea by then as to whether the time frame for 2016 it will be met. So have those construction projects been let, and if not, when might they be? So I think that looking at getting an update, there will be an update. There will be more at the next meeting. But I think funding is critical. So I would put having a chart of some sort as to where the different funding sources are now, and based on what the authority has put together, where might we imagine there would be more, both from the state level as well as the federal and others. Thank you.
I think that's a great list, and I would just add that what would be helpful, I love this chart that you have here under the work plan for phase 1, and I agree this long-term plan and with a key component on funding. But what would also be helpful, I think there's just a lot of moving parts here, and so some way to let us know where you're on track and where you're not on track, so we can get a better sense of on where you're not on track, why, and does it just require a little more time, a grant to come through, what's the reason, or it just doesn't work for whatever reason, just to get a better idea here, maybe something along the lines of something that's color-coded, but this is what I've been hoping to get for a long time, so thank you for this.
Yes, I was looking at the same graphic, Dee Dee, and I also appreciate it. And I was just hoping, building on previous comments, that just because the long-range plan is slated for the end of the year, say we meet in November, it would be, I think, really helpful if, even if it's draft, early admin draft, any kind of visioning. And here we mentioned modular design that you'll be working on going into the middle of next year, early visual work on that, so that we're communicating kind of what the future looks like in the near term, but also over the decades potentially, giving confidence, I think, to the decision makers that, yeah, this thing has wheels, thinking about how it's going to look many decades out, as well as dealing with the near-term issues related to, the issues IID's brought before us.
And Steve, maybe you could forward to Bruce the visuals that have been most impressive to you that have been used in the Bay Area, because I agree that the Bay Area has done a terrific job of visualizing what the future may look like.
Right, and it's not all that high tech. Don't be intimidated. It's conceptual. In fact, that's the word I was grappling for, the conceptual plan. It's really not, it doesn't have to be detailed. You can say, you know, here's a conceptual modular grid. And then here are the different pieces of infrastructure we're talking about, and here's why, you know, here's how we're going to get the local community access to these areas. Here's the type of low-tech to high-tech solutions we're looking at. So I just encourage that because I think it'll help communicate the progress and thinking, because you have it all here in tables and acreages and projects, but I think that visualization of the future, and it doesn't look like the 50s. It's a different vision, but it's exciting. Thanks.
I will just add my thanks to those of my colleagues for all of your hard work on this. Keep going.
There are a lot of people that have done a lot of hard work on this. I just take the credit.
Takes a village.
I will follow up, Bruce. I'm happy to. I'll give you some links. You probably have looked at this already, anyways. But thank you.
Great. No, thank you. Thank everybody for both their that combination of patience and persistence. The push and the effort. I know folks have held themselves back out of given the nature of what there is to be worried about at the sea, and we're glad you're here. We know y'all got a late start. The part of it is better late than never. We need vision, and I love that thing. Wherever it came from, you know, battle can be lost for want of a nail. You do need the mix of both of them. So I have a few thoughts, and also happy to work with you on the side. I think we do need to think about what to focus on in the workshop without having panels talking at us for all day, so there's not time for other folks to engage. So it's a tough balance, but I think it was good actually to just focus on being able to talk with Bruce and have a smaller conversation, because it gives more time for discussion and thinking, but we will have to go back to the bigger format. So I think all the things that have been suggested are good. I do think we will need to focus on dust suppression more because of the interest, and I do really appreciate the idea of a visualization tools, more dates and acreages. I think you're conscious of every meeting that has come before, so you don't want to repeat everything that's come before in an update, but there's certain level of basics, the basic data that helps people who are new to it, or even those of us who are paying attention to it and have paid attention to for years can need a reminder on that. A little bit more update on what the committees are doing, I think, would be helpful to have, because we know there are a lot of people engaged with that. I do think at earlier meetings, people have said Bruce is great, which is the most important thing, but also that you need more help because this is serious. There's the imminence of the challenge and the need to think through a lot of different things. And so I think we do need to really think about how to get you project management help, and maybe you have it and I'm just not hearing it, or consulting help, as well as the help for facilitation, either philanthropically funded or otherwise, because those are two key elements. Good project managers can help do these presentations for you. They know the tools, the critical, all the different, there are all kinds of tools out there to help make it easier for you. Having you try to become an expert in it while you're doing everything else doesn't make a lot of sense. There are folks who can do that, and maybe some of the help that you are getting is also coming with that capacity. I'm hoping our environmental scientist is also someone who is adept at communication. There are plenty of those who can also help with that human factor, but also the presentation factor, not just to us, but I mean out in the world. I know our Gita and her team have tried to be helpful on participation, but it's a big issue. So figuring out the detail, a few more pictures of the stuff versus words are always helpful as reminders, even with the shallow water versus the deep water. That Audubon report I know will be helpful in that long-range plan, and I'm sensitive to both issues that need to be in that long-range plan that will make people more comfortable, and people are going to be anxious until they see it. One is the vision piece. I always like what Carrie did in 5 minutes, which is the let's look back and see how it could work out as people are looking at it historically, but also how to display things the way a board member Moore mentioned in terms of examples of giving people a vision for what's possible, which can inspire both philanthropic and governmental souls and hearts on all levels and in all agencies. So that piece is important, but also filling in the how we might possibly get from 3,000 to 25,000 in a way that can inspire some confidence, I think, is absolutely essential. I think we're on the knife's edge, and I think people have been very patient and gracious, and I think in part that's because of the progress that has been made, but there's plenty to bite your nails about, or, pick whatever it's not mine, but whatever you're nervous, eat too much chocolate, I don't know, whatever it is, nervous making of choice. And there are a lot of tools, and I know this isn't the appropriate place to talk about all of those tools. I know we've been thinking about our role. Mr. Kelly reminds us all the time, which is totally fair game and appropriate, and we need to be thinking about it, but we need to figure out together how to accelerate this, because it's a very uncomfortable time for everyone living at the sea and everyone who cares about the sea, and that's a lot of people. So I have more, but I mean, those are some of the things I want to see in the workshop so that the goal is not to have it all wrapped up, but to leave that workshop feeling that next tranche of progress and optimism that we're not going to fall off some cliff on this. And that, I think, is really important to do. So those are just my thoughts without talking at everyone for a long time. Thank you to my colleagues. I think this has been very useful, and we'll look forward to planning an even more useful one, and more importantly, all of those efforts in between. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Where are we? Board member reports. And then we have a closed session when we're done. Who would like to start? Or I'm starting on the left a lot today. Do you want to start? It's all whichever way I need to twist my neck for comfort that I
Okay, you can
start.
twist this way, that's fine. I just have a quick report, and hopefully we'll get a more in-depth report, and that's the UC Davis 2016 Drought Impacts on Agriculture report. So this was just rolled out day before yesterday, I think. I've lost on timing, but
I was
I'm
just
hoping
looking at it this morning.
Yeah, I'm hoping Secretary Ross can come and give us a more detailed report, but just by the numbers here, things are definitely improved, we know that, but dry conditions plus regulatory impacts persist. So surface water shortage in 2016, 2.6 million acre feet in shortage. That compares to 2015, which was 8.7 million acre feet, and 2014, 6.6. Groundwater pumping continues to get many people by. Groundwater pumping increased in 2016 over non-drought years. That increased 1.9 million acre feet, and that compares to 2015 at 6 million acre feet, so down quite a bit.
Wow.
And as we know, that's expected during dry conditions. But still significant. Total economic impact for 2016, $603 million. And perhaps the most concerning, this is something that we talked a little bit about today, and that is that the fallowed acres are really the hardest hit in a concentrated region in the state south of Delta. So that's 78,000 acres. If you compare that to irrigated acres throughout the state, that's about 1%, but 90% of those fallowed acres are occurring in one region. And the report does note that ongoing dry conditions, salinity management, temperature management, so it's just the combination of all of those things. So I've talked with Karen about this. I think she'd be interested in coming to give an update, so hopefully we can work that out with her calendar.
That's great. I hadn't gotten to the groundwater numbers. That's interesting. And thank you for the concentration figures. That's even more stark than I thought it was.
one other thing. Speaking of dust, this is something that I'm starting to spend a little more time on as well because, you know, a lot of these fields require management. They can't just completely fallow them because there are issues with weed control and putting the beds up for, you know, next year in the event that, you know, they get the water. So there are issues with dust management, and I believe that the report goes through that as well. And then just to give my colleagues a heads up, I realize it's a zero-sum game on fees, but this is something that I've asked staff to look into, and that is a possible suspension of irrigated land fees, the 25-cent fee, which isn't a lot, but where there is fallowing, no surface supply, no groundwater supply. In other words, no way possible to irrigate those fields and providing some relief. It's minimal in comparison to, you know, having to pay property taxes, coalition fees, et cetera, management of the fields, but I'd like us to at least look into it.
Good.
I have a report on 2 activities and then one that's upcoming that I just want to let people know I will be there. I went to Region 9, and Dave Gibson gave as part of his executive report, he said that he had gotten an extra person to work on compliance with wetland areas. And so this person went out and looked at a handful of the areas that had been basically told what to do in terms of wetland mitigation for 401s, and found none of them, zero, in compliance.
Wow.
And
wow.
And of course, it was a wake-up call to the region, but the suspicion is that this is true in many other regions as well. We spend an enormous amount of time writing really good permits, but very little time actually following up on those permits to make sure that they actually got done. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I suggested to Dave that he discuss this with at the MCC meeting, one of the upcoming MCC meetings, because I think it's the sort of thing that we might want to have a strategy on, because I think it'll help in getting, when people see that you're looking, that more people will take action, so that's good. The second is, yesterday I was at the Urban Advisory Group meeting for the executive executive order that the governor put out not too long ago around conservation, and it was incredibly well attended, over attended, and there were lots and lots and lots of people there with lots of ideas. But Kim Craig, who is at the governor's office, came and gave the kickoff for it and did a fabulous job and set the tone that was, I think, very, very constructive for the agencies that were there. It was seamless. All the agencies were on the same page. It was great, and then there were a number of comments made that would be useful in the future, but and there will be many more meetings. This was the first, but I just wanted to let you know that it's gotten off to what I consider a very positive start. And even though we're on a tight time frame, I actually think we might be able to do it. So that's good. And finally, I will be attending the workshop tomorrow at Region 5 for the CV Salts program, and I know you're following that. And so I will let you know for sure, but others at my future reports as to what happens, because they're looking at how they can actually implement CV salts. And I guess I should also mention, we're planning to have a workshop on the conservation activities in early October, I will still be on vacation, so I will not be there. So I will make sure that I have talked to certainly Eric will have been there, and Tom and Michael, and I will make sure that they know what my thoughts are, so that you have advantage of that at the workshop.
Thank you.
So I want to share with you that I attended a meeting of the Storms Implementation Committee. This was a committee that was formed as part of our blessing, I guess, of the Stormwater Strategic Document. Consists of representatives from Aqua, Casca, SEEB, Coastkeeper Alliance, State Regional Board staff, and EPA Region 9. I think there's a great deal of work that is in progress. We are due to have a report from them at our October board meeting. And from the discussion I hear, there's some really good things on the horizon. So I'm looking forward and giving you a heads up that the October progress report should be one not to be missed.
That's great. Well, I don't have anything to report because I was gone from the last board meeting until today, pretty much, on a family vacation. But the next few days, I'll be in the Russian River Basin meeting with some growers just to communicate our general programs and answer questions and get some input on how things are going. And attending the Region 5 board meeting on the issue of the wastewater ponds and permitting for that.
Oh, good.
For the oil and gas production. And then on Monday, I'll be joining on a tour of the Tuolumne River with the stakeholders there that are interested in the work we're doing on updating the Bay Delta plan. And so getting a good taste of the variety, and then eventually a couple weeks later I'll be going to the region to San Francisco Bay Regional Board meeting. Thanks.
That's great.
I want to point out something. When we go to the next item, the executive officer's report, I'm interested in something that's going on there too.
Great. Well, let's move on to that. I do not. I've been sitting on my butt letting Tam do the heavy lifting and listening most of the time. I don't think the other things I need to report, working on a number of things related to conservation, and just trying to cram everything else into the available space. So with that, why don't we move to the executive director's report?
Well, I'm also interested in the executive director's report, and I'm going to read it as soon as I can. So,
that's why it's good they do it.
So with that, Eric, do you have anything you want to report in the executive director's report?
Well, I have read it, and I don't have anything specifically to bring up other than just, I think you're all up to speed on that. We'll be doing fee meetings on the Sigma proposed fees, stakeholder meetings up and down the Valley. It's Central Valley, North Central Valley, Sacramento, and Central Coast, and those will be happening mainly later this month, and then I think the one in Sacramento is October.
Good. I just wanted to know, I mean, there's a lot of great information here as far as the tables and the different funding that we're doing, but just note that the stormwater resource planning projects section is I think something to celebrate. I think it's a huge milestone. There was a bit of unknown on how responsive folks would be because the stormwater infrastructure is just not as well represented. It is not as well funded or organized in our state. Mm-hmm. So, and the intent of AB 985, I think that was the right number, or SB, one of those, SB, yeah, to require stormwater resource plans to be developed in order to qualify for integrated regional water management money through Prop 1. Mm-hmm. If you look at the table under the stormwater grant program for Prop 1 planning grants, over half of the 19 million cap that we established has been allocated to a remarkable variety of projects that's statewide in geographic scope. Places like the Honey Lake Valley in North Lahontan, organized by the RCD. Of course, our standard folks in Santa Clara and Sonoma County, who would be all over this, or Yolo County. But just inspiring to see the RCD stepping up and seeing an opportunity here to focus on the urban areas within the rural counties. They've risen up to get these planning grants to get started on drainage infrastructure development consistent with our phase 2 requirements and developing green infrastructure and moving toward integrated water management. So there's the sophisticated, there's the newcomers, and what I want to point out is that, you know, we had the 19 million cap, 15.5 million worth of applications, 9.6 million in this table. So that tells me there's almost 10 million that we could still dedicate to planning grants around the state. So I want to tell everyone out there, you know, I want us to hold that away from implementation and to send a signal that, you know, especially county level type agencies should be looking at this. So we can fill in the gaps, because we've got some cool specific areas represented here, but with a more county level or watershed level vision, as some of these are, we could really cover the whole state. So, you know, I know that we've had deadlines and everything, but I want our staff to think about how we do the next phase. So thanks.
That was great to spot. I think also a lot of our money is going out wisely into a lot of projects. We're going to be oversubscribed on that Prop 1 money. We already are. Apparently, like, the recycling money is virtually gone. We really are going to need to start making the case for more, but also looking at what we do. It also reminds me that it might be nice to think about all our different funding pots, which are scattered throughout, and ask DFA or someone with, along with, I don't know, Eric, someone you could designate to kind of scour our funding pots and think about any of them that might be appropriate for the myriad issues at the Salton Sea. You might want to invite people to apply.
All right.
One other thing we can do.
We'll look into it.
Yeah, does that seem, that could be helpful.
Sure.
Great, sorry, I'm just too tired to be creative with it, but it's really valuable. All right, with that, can we make a 10-minute break and reconvene at 4? I just need to see the sky and drink some water or something. In that 2:30?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So just to be clear, the board will be now recessing to closed session in conference room 2:30, and then we'll come back out here to close the board meeting.
Thank you, Council.
And we'll remember to tell Janine what time we finish.
I like it when we come into the dark room and announce it, and then forget to tell Janine, which is bad. So we have to get that one right. We do really well on the big stuff, but okay, thank you.